Chapter 937, Archipelago Province, Main Island City. In such a city where everyone knew how to row a boat, boarding a boat, and setting sail, crossing from land to sea, was a completely unconscious act. It was as easy as crossing the threshold of one's own home. Ferrying across the canal, rowing to the small islands near the main island, drifting in the Erie Lagoon at night, fully armed fleets going to the battlefield in the deafening sound of horns, large sailing merchant fleets sailing to the Golden Horn Bay or other enclaves of Bight City according to the season. These were the profound and recurring experiences of the people of Archipelago Province, and they were their daily lives. Sailing, adventure, profit, and honor were the guides to the life of Archipelago people. Sailing was their livelihood. For nearly 1,000 years, they had no other way of life. The sea protected them, provided them with opportunities, and determined their fate. The hidden waterways and dangerous beaches were natural barriers. Therefore, the city had always been safe, and no invaders could enter this place. Even during the decades of war between Zagan Pasha, who was later enfeoffed as Khedive, but Archipelago people still liked to use the original title of Pasha to refer to the noble family hereditary here, and the sons of the Khalil family. The main island city of Archipelago Province was never approached by the enemy. Those lousy sailors who couldn't even count the number of sail ropes couldn't find a safe waterway to the main island. Of course, in recent decades, the main island city had also undergone some changes. It gradually evolved from an island city full of pirates and merchants to a commercial transit center. It began to provide shelter from wind and rain for ships carrying goods from various ports of the Medici Empire, various overseas enclaves, and distant Yunqing. Wood, cotton, metal, weapons, seeds, and spices were transported back and forth through these coastal ports. Various stories, inventions, and ideas were also spread on the ships. "It's amazing," a scholar who had visited the main island city once said. "This place is isolated overseas, but pepper, cloves, pine, black oil, and pink rock salt, which are only produced in the south of Medici, are actually in large quantities here." In order to create a better commercial transit center, the Archipelago Province built new cities on many of its subsidiary islands. New cities rose from the water one after another, as if they had been magically created from the swamp. They were built on the foundations of oak piles that had sunk deep into the mud. They seemed to be in a precarious situation, but in fact, they were as stable as old trees. As the capital of the Archipelago Province, the main island city was no exception. Based on the original old city, several new cities were built on the main island. These cities appeared to be very fragile in the face of the unpredictable sea. However, these cities produced nothing except mullet, eels, and salt pans by the sea. There was no wheat or wood, and meat was scarce. They had to rely on the support of the Old City District and imports from other places. In case of famine, the city would be extremely vulnerable. Its only function was to sail and to transport goods, so the quality of the ships was of great importance. In the new district of the main island city, the shipyard that occupied the largest area was supervised by the Zagan family. Many of the islanders who were unable to go out to sea because of their weak health or because they did not have the means could only come to the factory to work for a living. In addition, this factory also recruited craftsmen from all over the Ashen world. It was even rumored that there were some workers from other planes in the factory. 5 barrels of tar blocks, all of which are purchased from the shipyard. In a small alley behind the shipyard, a man dressed as a boatman was pulling a flatbed cart with 5 large barrels on it. He was in the middle of a transaction with a customer. The lowest price is 20 silver cats. The person who traded with him had a shaved head and was more than 6 wrists tall. His sideburns were covered with a full beard, and his face was covered with deep wrinkles due to years of erosion by the sea breeze. He wore a sleeveless sharkskin armor, a linen shirt and pants, and a pair of sealskin boots. Almost without thinking, in the eyes of an expert, This man looked like a master who made a living with knives on the sea, which was also commonly known as a pirate. It was not the first time that Naaman had played the role of a pirate, so he would not give himself away. Can it be cheaper? Naaman bargained. Even if the other party said the lowest price is 20 silver cats, if he did not bargain, it would be a sign of cowardice. After all, who would believe that a person who was used to doing business without any capital would not bargain when buying things? The man who sold him the goods gave Naaman a sidelong glance. "Brother, I think you are a sensible man. The backup materials in the shipyard are all first-class goods. Just these 5 barrels of tar blocks. You can buy them back and melt them and use them to smear a 3-masted ship. It's only 20 silver cats. You will not lose out, and you will not be cheated. You will definitely get a good deal. Buy them, leave him the gold, and see if he can catch a rat hole." A voice rang in Naaman's mind. It was none other than Keys, who was lurking in the sea outside the main island of the archipelago province, who sent him a message. Since he had already informed the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce that he was going to launch the first wave of attacks, the young blue dragon would naturally take action. Of course, he did not want to sink the entire archipelago province. Instead, he wanted to solve some hidden problems for the scale of perpetual order, who would soon occupy this place. If the drows who were hiding in the archipelago province were allowed to stay here, they would definitely attract a bigger disaster in the future. Therefore, Keys's first wave of attack was targeted at the rats. The young blue dragon wanted to fill the hole with water, and in order to accurately fill the entire archipelago province with water, the first thing to do was to find the location of the rat hole. That was why he sent the best pirate spy in the scale of perpetual order to fish in the shipyard of the new city on the main island. The drows had already infiltrated this industry, although on the surface, as the Zagan family had arranged many professionals in charge of accounting, they were unable to embezzle the profits of the shipyard on a large scale. However, it was easy for them to support some channels to resell the shipyard materials to make a profit. Moreover, Keys also knew that the drows were now in shortage of gold. The gold reserves in the Ash world were not high, and most of it was controlled by the scale of perpetual order, who had seized the wealth of the great dimensional kingdom. The same was true for the gold that flowed in from other planes. Many of the magic items and weapons of the drows were made of adamantine. Their daily repairs and manufacturing also required adamantine as a magical metal, and in order to make adamantine, they had to have gold as a raw material. Previously, the drows had played tricks in Spat City and wanted to buy a batch of gold, but in the end, they were intercepted and confiscated by the scale of perpetual order. Therefore, their gold shortage had become more and more serious. And it was because of this that Keys wanted to use gold to carry out a fishing operation to find the hiding location of the rat hole. Chapter 938. Deal. After haggling for a long time, Naaman finally reluctantly accepted the old boatman's offer and took out his wallet. 2 gold drogs, equal to 20 silver cats. He took out a few pieces of cut gold coins and handed them over. The boatman looked at Naaman with a puzzled look. It was not that he had never seen a customer pay with a gold dagger before, but it was the first time that he had seen a coin with such high purity like Naaman's. Although it looked like it had been cut, its purity could not be faked. This is, after hesitating for a moment, the old boatman swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He had already seen that Naaman was doing business at sea without any capital, so he did not want to cause trouble. The money and goods were settled, and Naaman wheeled the flatbed cart away along the narrow road that ran through the alleyway. The old boatman glanced at his back and turned around to return to the shipyard. Not long after, the man appeared in a small building in the factory. It's real gold drogs, full gold. A man wearing a dark gray hooded robe, took the golden drow spear fragment that had just been traded from the old boatman. It was unknown what method he used, but he quickly made a judgment. He raised his head, revealing his face under the visor, and asked in a strangely accented Medi language, "Are you sure that man is a pirate leader in the city?" Yes, that man was introduced by Crippled Jack. He must be an old bandit in the main island city for some time. Otherwise, Jack would not have introduced him. The old boatman thought for a moment and continued, "Sir, I also heard something. Recently, it is said that the Scale of Perpetual Order found a vault in an overseas colony of the Wozang Empire. There was a small amount of gold stored in it. They melted it into gold drogs on the spot. They originally wanted to use the money to purchase a batch of goods in the territories of several Khedive. But who would have thought that the merchant ship transporting the gold drogs would be intercepted by a group of pirates halfway, and the money was lost?" Hearing this, the man whose face was hidden by the helmet and hood immediately raised a finger and covered his mouth. "This matter is very complicated. You already know too much. Take your share of the money." He pulled out a machete from his waist and divided the broken pieces of the golden Drogo spear into two piles, one big and one small. "Watch your mouth, or you won't live long." Seeing this, the old boatman immediately shut his mouth. He reached out and took the two pieces of gold, which were about a quarter of the size of a jinjwago, and hurriedly walked out of the small building. This is really awkward. Hiding the head and showing the tail is really not my style. After the boatman left, there were no more outsiders in the small building. Jarlaxle then tore off his robe. He appeared to be a bravado. There was no other word to describe him better. Most dark elves, especially males of low status, were usually quiet and wore practical clothing, such as a black robe decorated with spider or cobweb patterns, or a simple, short-sleeved shirt under a soft chain armor. Furthermore, regardless of gender, dark elves usually wore piwavis, a dark cloak that allowed them to hide from their enemies, for camouflage. Jarlaxle was not like that. His hair was carefully trimmed, and after taking off his robe, he could not wait to put on a somewhat pompous, wide-brimmed hat. The hat was decorated with an emerald bird's huge feather. Then he put on a shimmering cloak. Whether it was in the light or in the infrared part of the spectrum that dark elves could see with their thermal eyes, one could see that the cloak was flashing with various phosphorescent lights. His sleeveless vest was cut very short to show off his strong abdominal muscles. He also wore various rings, necklaces, bracelets, and even ankle bracelets. All of these jingled, of course, only when the dark elf wanted them to jingle. Otherwise, they would not make a sound. "Men." Jarlaxle pondered for a moment and then ordered. Soon, more than a dozen figures of different heights ran out from all over the small building and quickly gathered in his room. Find out the background of that pirate. Unlike his exaggerated appearance, Jarlaxle was actually a very calm dark elf. Otherwise, he would not have been able to live peacefully for so long. First, make sure that they did not go out to sea to rob recently. Then, find out where the pirate is hiding and where he hides his money. After saying this, he shut his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left in the room. After everyone left, Jarlaxle turned his head and walked to a closet in the room. He casually pushed it open, revealing a staircase that seemed to lead to the depths of the underground. As this small building was originally a dormitory for the nobles of the Zagan family, the craftsmen dug a basement as a wine cellar when they built it. After Jarlaxle occupied this place, he renovated the basement and expanded it many times. He also dug out many secret passageways that connected to his various strongholds. Even the rabbit knew to prepare 2 more caves for himself. How could Jarlaxle, who was more cunning than a fox, not think of this? He walked along the staircase to the basement and hesitated for a moment in front of 2 secret doors with different runes engraved on them. Then, he chose the secret door, with an 8-clawed spider hanging on the door as a disguise, and chanted the incantation to open it. There were magic traps on these secret doors. If an ignorant person carelessly pushed the door, it would immediately be triggered. Not only would the door pusher be attacked, but the maze would also collapse and be sealed. After chanting the incantation, Jarlaxle lifted the tapestry and entered a newly opened passageway. When no one was paying attention, this guy could finally use his ability at will, as if he had transformed into a breeze. He quickly passed through the long secret passageway and entered a cave that seemed to have been formed naturally. As soon as he entered, Jarlaxle quickly drew his sword from his waist. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed in the cave. Kiki, treacherous laughter suddenly rang out. "Little traitor, your vigilance is not bad. It's no wonder you're still alive despite not being favored by the great Spider Queen, like that Drizzt." Along with these words, a huge figure suddenly appeared in the dark elf's infrared vision. It was a demon-hunting spider. It was called Uthu. If anyone had some understanding of the spider webs on the 66th floor of the Abyss, they would most likely have heard of this name. When Lolth declared war on a certain prime material plane, she would first send her own herald, this glib-tongued demon-hunting spider, Uthu, relying on its race's innate ability to warp to the place. After arriving at the destination, this spider creature would do its best to make itself known to many civilians. It would announce the imminent arrival of the Spider Queen, and at the same time use its sharp claws to pierce the panicked civilians. Apart from that, because most demon-hunting spiders would directly attempt to destroy any other demons, Lolth liked to send the obedient Uthu to the palaces of other demon lords to carry out diplomatic missions. The Spider Queen felt that its appearance alone was enough to make some of the lower demons in the opposing camp uneasy, which might give her the upper hand in the future. This multi-legged envoy loved to enjoy these opportunities. It would always unreservedly belittle the status and power of demons, at the same time reminding them of Loltha's identity as a goddess and her influence in the mortal kingdoms of the prime material plane. It was the same when facing demons, and it was the same when facing mortals. However, Jarlaxle rolled his eyes when he heard the spider's laughter. If this demon-hunting spider was more knowledgeable, it would be able to decipher the meaning behind those eyes. Idiot 13-inch. Unfortunately, its knowledge was limited. "Let me give you a word of advice," Jarlaxle said. "Whether or not you meet me in the future, don't laugh like that. It's inauspicious." Chapter 939. After listening to Jarlaxle's advice, Gashu, the demon-hunting spider, laughed even harder. Not only were the 6 abdomen legs dancing, but the 2 front legs with sharp blades were also flying up and down. It was obvious that it did not take the dark elf's words seriously. "Little drow, just mind your own business. Do I need you to worry about my business?" The demon-hunting spider's mouth part moved and naturally made a gia sound. Jarlaxle shrugged his shoulders. "Forget what I said." However, the dark elf mercenary leader suddenly changed the topic. "The matter of gold has been settled. Today, I found a very likely way to obtain a large amount of gold." In the darkness, Gashu's 8 compound eyes lit up with blue light. The demon-hunting spider was very interested in what Jarlaxle said. After all, this was related to the task assigned to it by the Spider Queen. A group of pirates from the Archipelago province happened to rob a merchant ship under the scale of Perpetual Order 2 days ago. There were a small number of newly smelted gold drow daggers on the ship. Of course, the small number I said was for the rich Chamber of Commerce. Because of that, they may not have sent a warship or a Leviathan airship to transport it. For other forces, including drow wanderers like us, the amount of gold is actually considerable. If we find this batch of gold, not to mention making some fine gold ingots to make magic items and weapons. At least repairing the existing inventory is absolutely no problem. Gashu heard this and jumped to the dome of the cave with a few abdomen legs. Just like some people like to pace when they were thinking, this demon-hunting spider also liked to climb on the ceiling or wall when it was thinking about a problem. Do you know about Yinagu? That old dog came to this material plane 2 days ago with a lot of puppies. Gashu did not comment on Jarlaxle's statement. Instead, he asked a question that seemed to be somewhat irrelevant. The dark elf mercenary leader nodded. The news of the Knoll God's defeat and escape had already spread throughout the Ash world. There was no need to hide it from the demon-hunting spider. His Majesty had great ambition, but little talent. He wanted to occupy this world, but he failed in vain. In the end, he even benefited the megalosaurus behind the scale of perpetual order. Everyone knows about this. The demon-hunting spider suddenly fell from the ceiling of the cave. Its 6 legs smashed into the ground, deeply embedded into the rocks. Then, do you know that when he returned to the bottomless abyss, his first stop was the spider magic web? Is he still venting his anger there? Jarlaxle looked hesitant. He really did not know about this. He knows about His Majesty Roth's plan? I don't know. Gashu's words had a double meaning. In an instant, there was no more sound in the cave. A dark elf and a demon-hunting spider, 2 eyes against 8, stared at each other in silence. Jingle! The jade bracelet on Jarlaxle's wrist vibrated slightly. My people have found the pirate's lair. If you don't go, then I can only send the group of wandering drows to get it. You know who those people listen to? Gashu sneered again. It's just that little lass, Lavis. Although she is quite accomplished in the way of betrayal, she was born into the spider magic web. So are you going or not? Jarlaxle asked directly, ignoring the demon-hunting spider's derogatory remarks about the wandering drows. The demon-hunting spider was still not angry. It was completely different from its kind, which was irritable and easily angered. It replied with a smile, "Of course I'm going." Why not? The drows should know that what you seek is given by the goddess. How can you get it by yourself? Hearing its words, Jarlaxle left the cavern without looking back. He followed the secret passage back to his small building. Gashu, who had a keen sense of hearing, heard Jarlaxle complaining as he walked, "Naggy and cheap talker, another idiot who seeks his own death." The demon-hunting spider cackled again. However, if one listened carefully, they would find that its laughter was much colder than before. The fleet of the scale of perpetual order was approaching the main island. Although the family of the late Zagankadive and his supporters had jointly issued a notice that the main island was impregnable, and there was a secret waterway blocking the enemy's fleet from approaching the shore, the people in the city were still in a state of panic. After all, if those people were really confident, they wouldn't have sent out a notice and sent people to secretly communicate with their acquaintances who had business dealings with the scales of Eternity Chamber of Commerce. The main island was only so big, and this kind of thing couldn't be hidden at all. Now, many sea merchants and families on the island had begun to buy cotton cloth. It was said that they wanted to make some flags embroidered with the pattern of the scale of perpetual order overnight. If the army really attacked the city, it would be more or less useful to hang the flag at the door. Of course, most of the people who were worried about these big things lived in the old city of the main island, and each of them had a family and a business. The people who lived in the new city were relatively less worried, because they were not qualified to be worried. Most of them were sailors or craftsmen in the shipyards, and the worst of them were sea bandits who hid their identities and went ashore to rest. So what if the scale of perpetual order came? They still had to live their lives. The songs on the ships were still singing, and the factories were still operating. At worst, they would stop their business and start anew. How careless! Naaman, who was hiding in a big house supported by oak stakes in a coastal beach among a group of pirates, could not help but sigh in his heart when he saw that they were still yelling at him. He disguised himself as a pirate, and it could be said that he did not even need to act. The contract demon just changed his figure and used a little magic to affect the minds of some pirates, and they treated him as one of their own. He had only been here for half a day, but he had already become an old bird. The tar he traded in the afternoon had been placed in the warehouse. Tomorrow morning, it would be taken to a private dock for maintenance of a few small warships. The contract demon's bait was now bitten by a big fish. A somewhat vulgar sneer suddenly sounded out of thin air, and Naaman's ears perked up. However, the other pirates present all acted as if nothing had happened. The sound of dice colliding with each other and people shouting covered the laughter well. When Gashu arrived, the pirates were still indulging in fooling around. As a result, they did not make any effective resistance at all. They were all killed by the poisonous fog released by the demon-hunting spider. Everyone's face was blue and purple before they died, and they were obviously tortured to death by the poison. The mortals are really, a voice suddenly sounded and interrupted the demon-hunting spider's complacency. Chewing on the licorice detoxification pill made by the potion master of the Scale of Perpetual Order, Puwu, the demon-hunting spider's poison was still quite strong, and ordinary Batsu could not withstand it. Naaman walked out from behind the pillar and greeted it. "Didn't anyone tell you? Don't laugh like that, because..." Just as the other party was confused by his words, Na-Men threw a small hammer at the demon-hunting spider without any regard for martial ethics. This hammer, which looked no different from the claw hammer used by the craftsman, was the hammer that Keys temporarily lent to him. It was a super war hammer with a complete mice nucleus inlaid in it. "You'll die." Chapter 940. Thunderbolt, raging fire, astral wind, acid corrosion, frost, all the terrible damage that Gashu could recognize were all contained in this simple throw of the hammer. Unfortunately, there were many things that it couldn't recognize. Bang! The demon-hunting spider's elephant-like body was like a rag bag at this time. It was smashed away by the hammer. When it fell to the ground, it was obviously a lamp that had run out of oil. It exhaled more than it inhaled. Its whole body was mottled, and the bristles that were like razors were gone. Its internal organs were squeezed into powder mixed with dirty blood and flowed out in large amounts. This appearance was 70 to 80% similar to the prey that had injected venom after hunting so that it could suck and swallow. "What are you doing?" "I am the envoy of Her Majesty, Queen of Spiders, Lolth. If you dare to kill me, you will forever fall into the spider web of the bottomless abyss and suffer the pain of being bitten by thousands of spiders." Gashu looked at Naaman, who was walking towards it step by step, and shouted fiercely. However, when it used its only remaining eye to use a unique observation method to try to see Naaman's whereabouts, it was not stupid enough to think that Naaman was an ordinary mortal after being smashed to death by a hammer. The threatening words came to an abrupt end. "Why did you stop, little spider?" In Gashu's perspective, where are the pirates and bandits? The guy who was walking towards it was clearly a Batsu devil who used some unknown method to transform into a human form and cleverly concealed its breath. After the devil died, it would either completely fall or return to the 9 prisons of Bader. Even if it really fell into the bottomless abyss after death, this kind of traitor would probably be rewarded by the abyss will. After all, rare things were precious, and a devil that fell into the bottomless abyss was definitely a rare thing. Seeing that Gashu was no longer talking nonsense, Naaman didn't continue to ridicule it. Just now, he used the magic hammer that was comparable to an artifact to hit it, and it was all thanks to Keys. Otherwise, Hammer would not listen to his orders. The contract demon knew his own strength. If they really fought face to face, the contract demon might not be able to defeat the demon-hunting spider. After all, it was not an ordinary demon-hunting spider. You are the envoy of the Spider Queen. Why are you hanging out with those blasphemous priests and wandering drow? They are all people who betrayed the goddess Lolth. Naman asked seriously. Contract demon vaguely sensed that there was something fishy about this matter. However, Gasha did not dare to talk nonsense now. Considering that Yeenagu, the Knoll god, could descend to the Ashen World, and the Queen of Spiders could make arrangements in advance, he thought that the contract demon in front of him might be a spy of a demon king in the 9 prisons of Bader. Originally, it had thought that being able to come to the material plane and act like a tyrant was a good job. However, the current situation wasn't as simple as losing 9 out of 10 lives. If it was really involved in the schemes of the lower planes, a tiny demon-hunting spider, like it would only end up dead. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to tell me your mission? Men narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Don't say that I didn't warn you in advance. If you still refuse to tell the truth, you'll end up in a miserable state. In a mansion in the main island city, Jarlaxle took off his top hat with a kingfisher feather and put it in the crook of his arm. He stared at the graceful figure in front of him with a peaceful gaze. Good day, noble Lady Lavis. May you not be troubled by the vicious fireball, Jarlaxle greeted faintly. On the bed in front of him, a female drow was lying on the bed. She had just escaped from Bite City. Nominally, this mansion was a golden house for Zagankadive to hide his mistress, but in fact, it was one of the few important strongholds of the wandering drow on the ground. Its owner was Lavis. She was the daughter of Lolth and a handsome male drow mage. Although she was not the only descendant of the goddess who lived in the spider weave, she was definitely the most outstanding among all her siblings. Unlike the children of Lolth before she betrayed the elven divine system and had with the elven main god, Corellon, a child like Lavis, who was born after the Spider Queen fell into the abyss, could not be compared with the former. After all, Lolth's older children were all gods. However, Lavis was definitely an anomaly. She was only a little over 200 years old. In terms of the lifespan of a drow, she was still a young man, but in fact, she was already a master whose strength was infinitely close to the legendary realm. In the spiderweave plane of the abyss, Lavis not only plotted against her many siblings, but also had ambitions that were much stronger than the latter. She did not want to waste time fighting for the illusory Spider Queen's favor. Instead, she hoped to betray Lolth and take the spider weave for herself. It was said that Lavis had already roped in some low-level drow commanders to her side. Recently, she had also successfully obtained the assistance of a team of mercenaries made up of Slaw green toads. As long as she could successfully plan a large enough disturbance to give the Spider Queen an opportunity to complete the Agony of Sorrow ritual, she would be able to obtain partial control over the spider webs, and might even be able to harm the Spider Queen's origin. As a schemer who was good at acting with power and influence, there were many people who didn't feel disgusted by Lavis' cruel ambitions. They entered her lair in the dark depths of the Weave Pit and found this useful ally who could fight against Lorcy. According to some rumors, there were spies of Lavis even among the wax demons, which made her eyes and ears in the spider weave. Now, the ambitious descendant of the gods had come to the Ashen World to add the final fuse to her huge plan. Not only because the wandering drow and blasphemous priests could disrupt the situation, but also because of the situation that her mother had set up in the Ashen World. She was only waiting for the right time to ignite the many barrels of gunpowder that she had previously buried. But now, Lavis felt a little hesitant. In the past few years in the Ashen World, she had easily gained a foothold in this plane, because she had become friends with the lecherous Zagankadive, but the incident in Bite City a few days ago made her feel that this plane was not as simple as she had thought. Not to mention that her backer, Zagankadive, had been plotted against and killed. After seeing the scale of perpetual order, which took less than half a day to eliminate the army of the Knoll God, she knew that the waters in the Ashen World were much deeper than she had expected. If she was not careful, she could be drowned in this place. So, after fleeing back to the main island, Lavis hid in her stronghold. She did not take the initiative to contact the wandering drow and blasphemous priests who had followed her lead. She also did not participate in the fight for the inheritance left behind by Zagankadive. Now, she was able to see Jarlaxle because he was a powerful, legendary mercenary leader. These actions were not without caution. Chapter 941. You're just here to greet me? Mr. Jarlaxle. Lavis inquired of the visitor in a languid tone. The dark elf mercenary leader bowed, out of courtesy. Respected Lady Spider Queen, this humble one indeed has other matters to discuss with you this time. He took a step forward, and the bracelet on his ankle rotated slightly. A faintly discernible wave of magic rippled outwards. Lavis opened her eyelids, and her two grape-like emerald eyes emitted a dangerous light. Don't worry. I'm just worried that someone else will hear what I'm about to say, Jarlaxle explained, and then went straight to the point. The demon-hunting spider Gas-Shu was ambushed, and it's unknown whether he's dead or alive. It's no longer a secret that my race has survived and reproduced in this dimension. Hearing what he said, Lavius instantly stood up. As the child of the Spider Queen Lolth, she naturally knew what the name Gas-Shu meant. The Mother Goddess already knows that a wandering drow tribe has taken root in the Ashen World. When did she know? When did she send that demon-hunting spider that always acts as an envoy? Is this Jarlaxle still an ally? Is there a problem with the layout of the spider magic web? A series of questions ran through Lavis' mind like a merry-go-round. At the same time, her eyes were fixed on the nominal ally in front of her. In the Dictionary of the Dark Elves, any publicly declared word that was related to friend was actually synonymous with the next traitor. She was wary of the other party's sudden attack. After all, Lavis knew that although the other party was not a legendary assassin, a legendary warrior, and duelist was no different from a legendary assassin at such a close distance. At least, that was the case for her. Who injured Gas-Shu? Not to mention that it's not an ordinary demon-hunting spider. Even if it's an ordinary demon-hunting spider, is there a human in this main island that can hurt such a monster? Anyway, I haven't seen Zagan. That old guy has such a ruthless character by his side. Lavis wisely did not ask the series of questions that she had previously thought of, because those questions were basically in the past tense. So even if she knew the answer, she reckoned that there was no way she could make any arrangements in advance. Right now, the Spider Queen's daughter was more concerned about Jarlaxle's attitude. Of course, as a dark elf, she could not ask directly, so she could only beat around the bush. The question she asked just now had a deduction in it. If Jarlaxle was still on her side, then Gas-Shu might have been the one who sent his men to kill her. Others might not know, but Lavius knew very well that with the strength of this dark elf mercenary leader, the demon-hunting spider would not be able to last more than a few rounds against him. If Jarlaxle chose to side with the Spider Queen, then he would either question her or attack her directly. However, Lavius was secretly prepared to fight back, perhaps because he had seen through the thoughts of this noble lady of the Spider Queen. The dark elf mercenary leader let out a soft chuckle. I don't know if you're thinking too much or not. We, the drow race, usually have this kind of misconception. We always like to think of things in the direction of betrayal and conspiracy. I didn't injure Gas Shoe, but I don't have any thoughts of harming you now. Seeing that Lavius was still hesitant, Jarlaxle said bluntly that idiot Gas Shoe was injured and taken away when he was robbing a group of pirates. I've already been to the pirates' nest. How should I put it? The traces of magic left in there are more effects than all of the fragments on my body. You understand what I mean? After running the Dayet Independent Mercenary Group for nearly a few hundred years, the dark elf Jarlaxle could be said to be extremely wealthy. Even though he was a warrior come duelist, he had quite a lot of magic items on him. The most commonly used bloody light rapier and life-stealing light sword for enchanted throwing daggers, the ring of protection, the ring of resistance, the bracer of defense, the shawl of illusion, the gnome escape boots that was modified to be used by elves, the dimensional hat with the effect of a dimensional bag, the belt, similar to a belt with many pockets, the burning fear, eye mask, the fireball, necklace, the mage killer short staff. These were some of the magic items that Lavius had either inquired about or recognized by herself. In addition, Jarlaxle's strange style always attracted a lot of rumors and slanders, and no one could find out the truth. Therefore, perhaps he actually had more magic items. Jarlaxle had always been very conceited about his ability to accumulate so many treasures. To be able to make him admit his inferiority, one could imagine how rich the traces of magic in the pirate's nest were. And from what he said, it didn't seem to be the work of a powerful spellcaster. The demon-hunting spider Gas Shoe being injured might be the result of someone using a large number of magic items at once. In other words, Gas Shoe was defeated by money. You mean that the old spider was taken away by the people of the Scale of Perpetual Order? Lavius thought of the answer in a flash. After living in the Ash World for some years, Lavius was very clear that when it came to the word rich and imposing, if the Scale of Perpetual Order claimed to be second, then no one in this material plane would dare to claim to be first. And to use a large number of magic items in the main island city instead of directly injuring the demon-hunting spider with their own strength, and more importantly, to be able to take it away, this meant that the Chamber of Commerce already had a lot of people with average strength but with great treasures who had already infiltrated the main island city. The identity of such people could basically be confirmed as spies or secret agents. Since she had already thought of this, she could think more. Had the other party already found the traces of the wandering drows? While the Spider Queen's forces and Lavius were playing tricks, did they also fall into the trap of the Chamber of Commerce? Considering the sudden appearance of the Knoll god Yinagu, the sudden fall of the Medici Empire's Pharaoh Mako, and the approach of the Scale of Perpetual Order's army to the main island city, Lavius suspected that the other party had entered the stage of closing the net, and the prey caught in the net was very likely to be the wandering drows and herself. At this moment, the ambitious daughter of the Spider Queen suddenly felt a chill all over her body. Looking at the dark elf mercenary captain who came to visit her, her eyes could not help but express a kind of inquiry. Do you want to temporarily avoid the limelight? Indeed, the current situation sounds troublesome. It's better to withdraw as soon as possible. Jarlaxle expressed his agreement bluntly. However, just as Lavius slightly showed the intention to withdraw, the dark elf mercenary captain suddenly disappeared in front of her eyes. 3 ball-shaped objects fell to the ground with a clatter under the surprised gaze of the Spider Queen. They suddenly burst into a burst of bright light. Flash Bomb X3, another trump card that Jarlaxle did not miss. The strong light to the drows was no less than a fatal poison. Although it would not take their lives, it could temporarily make them lose the ability to resist. It was the same for the drow warriors and the drow spellcasters. Affected by the strong light, Lavius, who was a warlock and a spider mage, let out a tragic howl. The The two spells that she secretly prepared to guard against Jarlaxle could not be cast normally. At this moment, Jarlaxle, who first used the phantom cloak and the burning eye mask to avoid the strong light, then used the elven version of the gnome escape boots to suddenly appear behind the Spider Queen. Finally, without hesitation, he stabbed the bloody rapier and the life-stealing longsword in his hands. The former was shaped like a swift sword and had the effect of bleeding enchantment. The latter was like an ordinary one-handed sword, but in fact, it was enchanted with the spell vampiric touch that could absorb vitality from the wounded. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, it was fatal. Admittedly, this was very Jarlaxle. Chapter 942. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, the sanguine and life-steal swords pierced into Lavitha's back without any hindrance. The few pieces of clothing on the latter's body didn't provide any effective defense. The blade protruded out of her chest, leaving behind 2 holes in the Spider Queen's eyes. When Jarlaxle struck, he didn't forget to twist his wrist twice, crushing her internal organs. In a flash, Lavith was no longer alive. As the leader of the Dayet Independent Mercenary Group pulled out his sword, her corpse fell forward and fell onto the floor covered with a brocade carpet. After completing the assassination, Jarlaxle acted as if nothing had happened. He took out a small cylinder from his waist. He used his finger to pull the clasp at the top of the cylinder and pulled hard. Although there wasn't any special sound or light, the dark elf stood motionless on the soft couch where Lavith had been lying, as if waiting for something. After a few seconds, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard from outside the mansion. The warriors of the Dayet Independent Mercenary Group were carrying out the final cleaning work. When the sound gradually subsided, Jarlaxle wrapped himself in the phantom cloak and disappeared from the spot. On the 66th floor of the bottomless abyss, the spiderweave plain, a fortress was pulled by countless sparkling spider webs, as if it was suspended in the darkness of the sky or the ground. There were hundreds of drows stationed in the fortress, and some of the key paths were patrolled by spider-eyed drows. At the door of the most central room stood 2 muscular Glabriza guards, their eyes closed as if they were asleep. After a series of buzzing vibrations, the 2 sinister devils opened their eyes a little. They looked at each other and revealed a sinister smile. Then they closed their eyes again, as if they had turned a deaf ear to what was happening in the room behind them. Hee. Shattered crystals shot everywhere, and a faint red viscous liquid covered the floor of the room. A naked female, drow, slowly stood up from the ground. As she gradually stood up, her mind gradually became clear, and the indistinct beast-like roars in her mouth gradually disappeared. Lavith, or more accurately, the original clone of the Spider Queen, who had triggered the activation conditions of cloning and life concealment, had come alive. Jarlaxle. Lavith gritted her teeth. The first word that came out of her mouth was the name of her enemy. Death was such a painful realization. Lavius was certain that she would return the pain that the leader of the Dayet Independent Mercenary Group brought her 100-fold in the future. However, just as he was about to issue a kill order to his hidden hand in the Ashen World, a slightly cold voice suddenly sounded from beside him. "My daughter." A chill ran down Lavith's spine. "I didn't want to kill her at first," Jarlaxle said bluntly. Now, he was on the deck of a merchant ship that was sailing to the sea outside the main island. He was adjusting the ropes hanging down from the sail with skillful movements that did not match his gorgeous clothes. Understood. Hee. The one in charge of the helm was Naaman, who was nearly 6 feet tall and had a shaved head. He carried a long-bladed axe on his back and wore a sharkskin jacket that the heroes of the Archipelago province loved. If she wasn't prepared to escape, I definitely wouldn't have done it, because it was daytime. Jarlaxle wore a wide-brimmed hat with kingfisher feathers on his head and a phantom cloak made of spider silk on his back to isolate himself from the eternal blaze light that most drow felt uncomfortable with. Although that group of wandering drow are definitely not good people, their existence is the Spider Queen's Achilles heel. Jarlaxle's voice was neither fast nor slow, and he did not deliberately lower his voice. It was as if he did not care whether the other sailors on the sailboat could hear him or not. Of course, this did not mean that Jarlaxle was fearless. It was just that there was no one else on the ship other than him and Namen. This ship was a concept product recently produced by the scale of perpetual order, although there were also oars protruding from both sides of the ship. In fact, only a machine burning black oil was needed to move the oars, and there was no need to use manpower to row the oars. Understood. Hee. The answer was still the same as before, but somewhat perfunctory. However, Namen was unwilling to change it, and Jarlaxle did not care. The two people controlled the ship and sailed all the way out of the lagoon that surrounded the inner city of the main island along the secret waterway. They could see the warships anchored in the distant sea. Those were the troops sent by the scale of perpetual order. They were now negotiating with the major families in the main island, including Zagan. If there were no results in 2 days, the fleet would immediately take back the archipelago province by force. The atmosphere here was like a sword that was hidden in its scabbard, but when it was unsheathed, it would shine brightly. Therefore, the merchant ships that usually came and went around the main island, even the small fishing boats that sailed out of the main island, would consciously avoid the direction of the fleet. To Jarlaxle's surprise, the small ship that he and Namen were controlling did not sail towards the scale of Perpetual Order's fleet. Instead, it took a big turn and sailed towards the wider open sea. According to the Dark Elf's knowledge, there were only 2 people on the ship, Jarlaxle and Namen. However, the ship also carried a cargo, the demon-hunting spider that was almost beaten to death, on the ship. According to his previous thoughts, Namen would definitely bring Gathu to the scale of Perpetual Order for interrogation. Otherwise, he would have just killed it. There was no need to injure it severely. However, Jarlaxle was wise enough not to ask. The situation was stronger than the person. Now that Namen represented the scale of Perpetual Order, Jarlaxle did not have the capital to bargain with him. Since Jarlaxle did not ask, Namen naturally did not need to explain. The burning black oil drove the oars, and with the help of the sail, the small cargo ship sailed on the open sea at a speed that was close to the surface of the sea. After about 2 hourglasses, it gradually approached the vicinity of a towering boathouse on the sea. The so-called boathouse was actually a house built on a large wooden raft. It looked ordinary from the outside. However, on the turbulent sea, the ship did not move up and down with the current. Instead, it looked like it was rooted in the sea. When Namen steered the ship close to the ship, a centaur-like construct creature immediately picked up a thick rope on the raft and threw it to the deck of the cargo ship. Jarlaxle took the end of the rope and wrapped it around the mast under Namen's instructions to fix the ship. "Did you bring the test subject?" Namen could not help but grin when he heard the question of the great engineer on the raft. He had already begun to mourn for the demon-hunting spider named Gathu. "Don't worry, it's still alive." When he finished speaking, a centaur, an ogre with a walking stick, and a giant wrapped in a robe all walked out of the ship. The main researchers of the scale of Perpetual Order had all gathered here. After all, Gathu was not an ordinary demon-hunting spider. Not only was it one of the Spider Queen's exclusive pets, but it also had a strong god's favor. It was very suitable for research. Chapter 943. The night on the wooden raft was a long night for Jarlaxle. He had seen many things that he should not have experienced at his age. having lived for nearly 400 years. This was the first time the Dark Elf had lost his composure. When he set off for the main island the next day, the Dayet Independent Mercenary Group leader had a new understanding of the word pervert in his heart. The physiological dissection that was accurate down to the millimeter, the test of the demon-hunting spider's poison resistance, the various conjectural experiments using voodoo potions to simulate body fluids, and the somewhat familiar traditional punishment in Morse Blight. Gashu had personally experienced all of the above. Of course, it was only a passive, experimental subject. Originally, Jarlaxle thought that the scale of perpetual order had captured the demon-hunting spider to obtain some information from it. However, from the beginning to the end, other than inquiring about the demon-hunting spider's reaction to the experiment, he did not see those people seriously ask the unlucky old spider any questions. Jarlaxle, who had never been afraid to judge others with the greatest malice, even guessed that the guy named Narman had asked him to come along with them to obtain some information from him instead of Gashu. The heavens had taken pity on him. In order to find a new backer, he had indeed told them everything he knew. If those terrifying fellows had turned him into the experimental subject, he would have shouted before going up to the stage, "Whatever you want to ask, I'll tell you everything. Please feel free to use lie detection, even if you want me to swear a magic oath." As for why he did not suddenly launch an attack like when he killed Lavis, the answer was like a louse on a bald man's head. It was obvious. He had calculated that he would definitely not be able to defeat those fellows. Admittedly, he was a legendary-level warrior and duelist, but those researchers in the wooden raft cabin were definitely legendary-level champions as well. Thanks to his extraordinary perception, Jarlaxle's intuition had always been accurate in this aspect. Fortunately, early the next morning, those people were still busy preparing the demon-hunting spider, Gashu, and did not have time to bother with Jarlaxle. Men, who led him here, used the cargo ship to pick up another person from who knows where and brought him back to the main island city. You can call me Keys. The young blue dragon, who had transformed into a human form once again, stood by the side of the deck and introduced himself to Jarlaxle, who was busy controlling the ropes. However, he had no intention of lending a hand. He was not as good at handling ropes as the Dark Elves. "Nice to meet you." Jarlaxle nodded. In his opinion, this person might be the same as Naaman, an important spy of the scale of perpetual order. He didn't look very old. Perhaps he was a death warrior specially trained to carry out some assassination mission. Jarlaxle did not want to get too close to him, so he pretended to be focused on fiddling with the rope on the way back to the main island. Keys saw through him, but did not say anything. He just let him be. After all, this dark elf had now tied himself to the chariot of the scale of perpetual order, and it would be difficult for him to get off. The reason why the young blue dragon wanted to transform into a human form, in fact, Naaman had been waiting for him yesterday. After evolving into a young dragon, Keys's body had become too large, and it was difficult for him to transform into a human form. It was because he had suddenly received an edict from the 9 prisons of Bader. A powerful Batsa devil had come to the Ash world and was now hiding in the main island. However, that guy probably did not know much about the young blue dragon. The edict that Keys received had the title of a small official when he first went to the 9 prisons of Bader to participate in the Blood War. Keys guessed that the other party had probably found the files from a small organization on the first level of Avernus, and then issued the edict to recruit the young blue dragon, a native of the Ash world, for help. This was not a wild guess. In terms of the bureaucratic system, there was no one in the entire multiverse who could come out of the 9 prisons of Bader. Therefore, the frequency of the files stored by the various organizations was not always very timely. Moreover, it had only been 50 years since Keys first set foot in Avernus. Compared to the long lifespan of the demons, it was actually not too long. Even though the lifespan of the Penachet dragons was not as long as that of the demons, 50 years was only enough for an ordinary blue dragon to grow into an adult, and an adult blue dragon, in the eyes of the Batsa devil that had come to the Ash world, was actually just a small character that could be ordered around. Therefore, that guy issued an edict summoning Keys to the archipelago province to wait for orders. In fact, if it were not for the magic edict issued by that demon, which contained a trace of the dignity of the Lord of Bader, Keys would not have bothered with such a guy who used a chicken feather as an arrow. Now, not only did he have a lot of serious things to do, but he was also about to activate the newly collected gravitational slingshot in preparation for his promotion to an adult megalosaurus. Let's go and see where that guy came from. The leader of the dark elven mercenaries said as the cargo ship docked, and then disappeared into the crowd near the port. Quess ignored him and turned to Namen. If it's really that kind of idiot who doesn't know what's good for him and wants to find a material plane as his dark ritual, then I'll just eat him and be done with it. Inform the fleet to attack the city. Narman naturally had no objection to Keys's arrangement. After anchoring the ship and tying it to the iron pillars of the mooring ground, Narman led the young blue dragon, who had transformed into a human form, to a pirate's den in the main island city. According to the edict, the senior demon who had just come to the Ash world was now hiding in that place. Although the main island city was the largest city in the archipelago province, to be honest, in terms of the scale of the buildings, it could not be compared with some of the real big cities of the former Medici Empire. Not to mention other things, just in terms of the sewer system, the main island city was much worse. Cities like Bite City, which could accommodate nearly 1 million people, had an efficient underground sewer system as support, and there were also intricate open and underground canals in the city. In the main island city, except for an open canal, which was mainly dug to prevent sea invasion, there were no other specially built waterways in the city. On both sides of the open canal, there were a large number of tower houses, which were built with oak or beech stakes and timber brackets. In sharp contrast to the brick buildings of the big families, these houses were built with wood, which was actually the settlement area of the city's poor. The biggest pirate's den in the main island city was located here. Chapter 944. Look, carbide lamps produced by the scale of perpetual order, essential for night ships and exploration wells. 80% new. Only 2 silver cats. Steel flintlock. 200 bullets with paper shells. Only 15 silver cats. You won't be fooled. It's cheap if you buy it. Top quality colorful blanket. It's just soaked in seawater. Big sale. 3 silver cats for a bundle. Take it or leave it. There were all kinds of goods and all kinds of hawking. This place was spontaneously set up by pirates to sell their stolen goods. The lively and bustling atmosphere made Quess feel like he had walked into the Grand Bazaar of Bite City, which gave him a special kind of intimacy. Don't be fooled by the environment here. Naaman, who was leading the way, carefully avoided a drying pole with a woolen carpet hanging out of the window of a nearby building. But in fact, when it comes to the business atmosphere here, it's definitely one of the best in the main island. Keys nodded. While walking on the simple covered bridge made of wooden planks between the buildings, he looked at the goods sold in the stalls. It's indeed a dazzling array of goods. But there are too many fake goods. Isn't this place in full swing every day? Hearing the young blue dragon's question, Naaman could not help but laugh. It's said that full swing is a common thing here. But no matter if it's a buyer or seller, no one dares to casually pull out a knife and start a fight. There are rules in this place. On one hand, you can't force people to buy or sell. On the other hand, you can't go back on your word. If the buyer or seller breaks the rules, there will be people here who will not let them go easily. When he said the word human, the contract demon emphasized his voice, and Quess immediately understood what he meant. Establishing rules in this evil place was indeed what the Batsa devil, who loved order by nature, liked to do. Although Naaman had not been lurking here for a long time, he was, after all, a contract demon. He had a unique way of sensing the aura of his kind. How do we find those people? As they walked, Keyes inadvertently turned around from a fork in the covered bridge and walked into a small alley between two buildings. Or is it that we don't even need to look for them? They will come to us. Tilting his head, the young blue dragon asked men who happened to be blocking the entrance of the alley through a large gap in front of him. However, his tone was not questioning at all. Instead, it was filled with incomparable certainty. In the meantime, under the illumination of the eternal blaze, a human figure suddenly appeared in the alley out of nowhere. This human-like creature had firm gray skin. His head was very blurry, but there were still traces of a nose and two red eyes that seemed to be burning. The most disturbing thing about him was his evil smile. The sinister curve of his mouth seemed to be fixed, revealing a set of hard, bone-white teeth. He was an assassin. The reason why Keyes walked into the alley was because he felt that such a thing had been following him. Assassin could transform themselves into a dark and blurry form that seemed to be formed entirely of pure shadow. This was their innate spell called shadow form. In this form, the assassin would gain the ability to hide, but this form would lose its effect under the effects of sunlight or daylight. If I encounter an assassin on the road, he will definitely kill me. Keyes stared at the assassin who appeared in front of him and recited a proverb of Bader in the infernal language. The assassin's blurry face and clear smile did not seem to change at all. Naaman, who was once a contract demon, was now alarmed. He knew very well that with the young blue dragon present, even the incarnations of several lords of 9 hells would not be able to cause any trouble, let alone an assassin. However, he was still afraid because it was an instinct that came from the depths of his bloodline. According to legend, assassins were native residents of the 9 prisons of Bader. Their race's initial image was just a group of malicious and blurry shadows that possessed sentience. Asmodeus ordered these creatures to gather and then fuse them with hellfire. After being refined by fire, these essences were finally reforged into assassin demons. Even today, assassin demons were still regarded as exiles. No devil would trust them. They lived at the edge of Batsu society, secretly carrying out their master's wishes behind the scenes. There were many rumors that revolved around the assassin demons, saying that they had already broken the laws of hell. However, as a contract demon whose familiarity with the laws of hell was second only to the great devils, the lords of 9 hells, and the devil duke, Naaman knew that these rumors were just rumors. If assassin demons really broke the laws of hell, they would no longer be protected by the laws of hell. Although assassin demons belonged to Batsu, they could not summon other devils for help. According to the twisted and mysterious laws of hell, they were never included in the regulations that allowed devils to summon each other. As compensation, they were given the right to kill any devil or life without fear of punishment. Simply put, assassin demons were licensed killers, and the devils they killed could not be questioned. How could he not be afraid? Of course, Keyes was not afraid of them. "What's your name?" The young blue dragon in human form looked at the assassin demon in front of him and asked in a clear voice, "Dougal." The other party replied in infernal. Unlike the other Batsa devils, assassin fiends were not tied down by their real names, so they always used their real names when they reported their names. If one wanted to issue an assassination mission, one had to know the other party's name. "Help me kill a devil." "Sure." Dougal agreed without thinking, but he still held a cold iron sword in his hand, and the blade was still vaguely pointed at Keyes. "But I've already accepted a commission to kill you, 30 soul prisms." Before you die, you can tell me who you want to kill and leave me the full commission, and I promise to help you kill him." "Oh, is that so? You want to buy my life with 30 soul prisms? Ha 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 ha." Keys could not help but laugh when he heard the price. "Here are 100 soul prisms." As he spoke, he did not do anything, but 3 neat stacks of 30 soul prisms appeared in front of assassin Demon Dougal, and another 10 soul prisms floated in the air alone. 90 soul prisms for the life of the devil who wants to kill me. As for the other 10, I want to add a stopper and adjust your assassination mission list to the next order." Keys looked at the assassin demon and said with a smile, unlike the soul prisms that ordinary devils could take out, Keys had participated in the blood war for the second time and was appointed as General Batsu. So he had the authority to make his own soul prisms to give out military pay. These soul prisms that he took out were all high-grade goods that he made himself, and none of them had been circulated before. The power of the soul contained in them had not been depleted at all, so their value was naturally higher. Seeing so much money, the assassin demon named Dougal's eyes suddenly lit up, and he knew that he had met a big customer. "No problem. Of course, your commission will be given priority." Good heavens! Everyone says that money makes the world go round, but the usually aloof assassin demon was no exception. This scene made Nauman click his tongue in amazement. He also lamented the stupidity of the demon who hired assassin Dougal. Of all things, he had to compete in wealth with Keys, who had the scale of perpetual order. Wasn't he looking for death? Chapter 945. Fiddling with the Clink, the underworld devil's pet name for the soul prism. In his hand, Namuku vaguely showed a trace of reluctance. After all, no devil liked to give up his wealth to others, even if it was to hire someone to work for him. What a pity, the Lamia devil pondered for a long time, but still shook his head helplessly. That Dougal is a little troublesome. It'll take a lot of effort to kill him, and I might even fail. Namuku was a powerful Lamia devil, on the verge of becoming a pit fiend among the ranks of the Batoy Devil clan. Even so, he had to admit that those who had yet to become pit fiends were insignificant pawns in the eyes of those bigwigs. In terms of the identity of the one who had sent him, even a pit fiend was probably nothing. Thus, the Lamia devil was distressed, but he still decided to pay the price to avoid a disaster, so as to avoid becoming enemies with the assassin demon. In the end, if he really affected the plans of that person, he would really die 1,000 deaths. Thinking of this, Namuku rubbed the soul prism faster with his fingers, as if he wanted to play with the patterns on the coins before they left his hands. "Polish off the soul halo on these prism, your commission fee?" Ha! The Lamia devil was startled. Even though he'd set up many restrictions in the tower, Namuku was still shocked when the assassin demon suddenly appeared. "How could that be? I was just about to pay you. Hold it while it's warm." "Ha ha ha," he replied with a mocking smile. Namuku immediately changed the topic. "Right, how's the small fry I asked you to kill? Did it go smoothly?" Dougal coldly replied, "I haven't done it yet." Hearing this, the Lamia devil suddenly stood up from his paralyzed state. This high-ranked Batsa devil's skin was a mixture of light green and pink. In front of its fat and bloated body, its height of nearly 20 feet paled in comparison. Clumsy, bat-like wings stretched out from his back, emitting a foul and sulfuric smell. As a kind of hermaphrodite, the most troublesome feature of the snake-scorpion demons was their faces, and Namuku was no exception. On his terrifying face, there was a terrifyingly wide mouth full of sharp teeth, and countless ravines formed by tumors and rashes were outlined on his face. His cheeks were smeared with a thick layer of light pink powder, and his lips emitted a cold red luster. Around his reptile-like eyes, there was blue eyeshadow. In addition, his several feet long, colorful fingernails were also very eye-catching. Provoked by Dougal's words, the soul prisms had already disappeared from his hands. Now, those sharp fingers were all vaguely pointing at Assassin Demon. Think carefully again, then tell me why. I haven't done it yet. Nemuka's neutral voice added a bit of gloominess to his sinister tone. I have to thank you for taking the time to bring me to this material plane, Dougal said seriously. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet such a generous client and receive such a large business deal. Client, business deal? The snake scorpion demon had a hesitant expression, because he gave me the full payment and even added some extra money, so I had to adjust the order of the commission. Dougal answered Nemuku seriously. Humph, how dare you? Although he was somewhat afraid of Assassin Demon, the snake scorpion demon, Nemuku, as a high-ranked demon, had been stood up by a mid-ranked demon. His anger flared up. However, before he could act out, before the few finger attacks that were about to be launched, the assassin demon standing in front of him reacted first. He wants me to kill you first. With a swish, Dougal stabbed out with the long sword that he had been holding tightly in his hand. The long sword that was forged by Bartholomew suddenly lit up with a bright fluorescent light. This was caused by the holy ointment that he had applied in advance, which could bring more damage to the demon. Although Assassin Demon was also uncomfortable with the fluorescent light, the snake scorpion demon, as a high-ranked demon, actually hated holy energy more. Evil creature! The snake scorpion demon roared. His sharp fingers grew several feet with a whoosh, and with a ding, they hit the tip of the longsword. Immediately after, he no longer held back. Dozens of fingers shot out like arrows, shrouding the assassin demon that was constantly rushing towards him. Finger attack. This was the snake scorpion demon's specialty. In battle, his fingers could shoot up to 30 feet long. Not only was each finger as strong as a ballista, but it could also distort the target after hitting it. However, Assassin Demon was already prepared for this. In fact, he had just stabbed out with his long sword to lure the snake scorpion demon to use his finger attacks. In addition to being a rogue, Dougal was also a phantom assassin, a profession that specialized in assassination. If the attack did not hit, he would immediately flee 1,000 miles away, although Nemuka's finger attacks were strong. In fact, except for the first time hitting the tip of the opponent's sword, the subsequent storm-like stabs did not even touch Dougal at all. At most, they only pierced through a few illusions that Assassin Demon deliberately left behind. Don't think about running. Come back! Knowing that there was no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days, seeing that the opponent was about to escape, the snake scorpion demon immediately used a spell-like ability that could only be used once a day, Words of Truth Return, and pulled Dougal's faded body closer. Internal Explosion spell. Immediately after, Nemuku immediately moved his short, thick legs and took a step forward. He wanted to use his strongest single-target damage, spell-like ability to directly kill the opponent. However, just as the snake scorpion demon's fingertips were about to touch Dougal's chest, he suddenly found that the assassin demon's mouth, that always seemed to be smiling, seemed to tremble. It seemed that, not good, by the time he realized this, it was actually a little too late. The snake scorpion demon's fat body stepped on a piece of floorboard that had just been shattered by the finger strike. Dog was standing on this spot just now, and a bear hunting trap that was shining with the light of magic was suddenly activated. With a bang, the trap was tightly shut. Ah! Half of Nemuka's calf was tightly clamped by the bear hunting trap. The serrated teeth of this trap were obviously attached with greater edge spell and bleeding spell, so not only did it cut open the snake scorpion demon's flesh, but it also caused him to bleed incessantly. Under the effects of the mantra of return, Doge, who was about to collide with the snake scorpion demon's finger, seemed to have collided with a layer of mist. Doge disappeared in front of Nemuku and reappeared behind him. Pincer assassination spell. In order to kill the senior demon, Dougal had also used one of his trump cards. This was one of the assassin demon's innate spells, Anywhere Door, but it had been modified into a strange assassination spell that could form a pincer attack on the opponent. Pucci, the long sword that shone with a holy fluorescence, almost completely sank into the snake-scorpion demon's back. But because this demon's body was too fat, the tip of the sword still did not pierce through its heart. "You can't kill me. I'm a senior demon, and you're just a middle-ranked Batsu." Agitated by the sharp pain, Nemoku was already beyond angry, and he roared loudly. "It's enough to kill you," Dougal coldly replied. He did not care about the long sword that was stuck in the snake-scorpion demon's body, and his two palms quickly formed a complicated seal. "You still don't know why my race can succeed time and time again." Internal explosion spell. Following the assassin demon's cold words, the same spell that the snake-scorpion demon wanted to use just now was actually used on Nemoku's own body. "This is impossible." The snake-scorpion demon's eyes widened. "Why is it impossible? You steal souls, and I steal your abilities. This is very fair, isn't it? You also have the part-time job of hell thief." Chapter 946. Just like other creatures of the outer planes, devils were given the abstract concept of a physical body. While they might look like living creatures with flesh, blood, bones, and organs, they were in fact the unfathomable manifestation of the laws of the universe. Some demons had internal structures similar to those of humanoid creatures, but most of them were completely bizarre when compared to mortals. Due to their unnatural physiology, devils could easily ignore the biological needs of creatures in the prime material plane. The Batsu people did not rely on sex to reproduce. Most of them were born from the shell of a soul that had been processed and then promoted or downgraded from one form to another. Within the body cavity of a devil was a mushy organ made of a large amount of scale-like substance, an egg sac. If you killed a devil, you could insert your hand into this organ. It was recommended that those with weak minds not attempt this. You would find dozens of finger-sized egg sacs, each containing a different devil's fetus. When a devil was promoted, one of the corresponding oocysts in its new form would absorb the power of hell and expand continuously until it grew to a mature size. Then, it would completely appear in the broken flesh of its old form, and its body would also contain a new set of oocyst tissue. There were only 3 types of Batsu devil that were exceptions. First, the powerful pit fiends, and the even more powerful Devil Duke and Lord Batsu. These powerful Batsu devils had completely surpassed the promotion sequence. To affect their form, one could only use powerful magic to maliciously distort them. The most widely known case was that of the winged insect Lord Barzab, who had failed in the paying the bill operation. Lord Bator, who used to have the appearance of a beautiful fallen angel, was permanently turned into a slug by Astamos, the Lord of 9 Hells, using some powerful magic instead of directly punishing him with the devil's shame of demotion. Second, the lustful devils. These devils were rare among the Batsu people and had the ability to reproduce. They originated from the creatures of the upper planes who had been bewitched by Astamos and fallen into the 9 prisons of Bader. Not all of them were angels. Although lustful devils could enter the promotion sequence, they rarely did so, according to legends. This was because the lustful demons had a mysterious and special method of advancement. They could maintain their form while increasing their strength. On this point, the current Lord of Malbolge, lust demon Lord Glesia, was the best example. Even if the reason why she was able to become an overlord was due to her identity as a second generation, her own strength was not to be underestimated. Besides, she was really just a lustful demon. Third, there were devils like the assassin demons that were transformed from the natives of Bator. Among them, the assassin demons were the most common. these devils didn't have any oocyst organs in their bodies, so they had no chance of being promoted. This was different from the lustful demons. In other words, once he became an assassin, he would be an assassin for the rest of his life. However, at the same time, the assassin demon clan also had their own unique way of increasing their strength. After becoming the Batsa Devil, their lifespan was no longer limited. In addition, even though they were only intermediate demons, there were still Hell's laws. Assassin demons could kill senior demons or even their direct superiors without being punished. Therefore, they could constantly kill to hone their skills and increase their wealth. It could be said that every assassin demon that had lived long enough had a profession level similar to that of a mortal powerhouse. Moreover, in addition to the profession that was most compatible with the rogue profession, most of them would have one or even several part-time jobs. Needless to say, relying on their accumulated wealth, they could buy a lot of foreign objects for themselves, including but not limited to enchanted weapons, traps, and magical items as auxiliary items for assassination activities. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in the 9 prisons of Bader, there were definitely assassin demons that had the ability to assassinate overlords, even if they might not succeed. It was rumored that the master of the 9 prisons, Astamos, had such a terrifying monster in his fortress. However, you got what you paid for. If one wanted such an assassin demon to assassinate an overlord of Bator, the commission fee would definitely be an astronomical figure. It was precisely because of this that the snake-scorpion demon Nemeku's loss this time was not unjust. Even if Dougal could not compare to the elite assassin demons that Astamos had raised, he had 3 part-time jobs: rogue phantom assassin and Hell's godly thief. Assassinating a greater demon that wasn't even a pit fiend would take some effort and be a little dangerous, but the result would still be within his grasp. The only thing that Nemeku regretted was that he had understood it a little too late. When the internal explosion spell took effect in his body, the rampaging magic power immediately turned his internal organs into mush. The intense pain almost caused this demon that had lived like a prince for a long time to faint. After all, those that chose to become snake-scorpion demons were definitely not the valiant people of the Batsa people. What a toad-like fellow! Dougal couldn't help but mock as he looked at the fat devil who was still keeping his mouth shut despite being heavily injured, with a spell trap on his feet and a Bartholomew iron longsword impaled on his body. Dougal couldn't help but mock him. This wasn't an assassin demon mouth, but a tactic. The demon had been hit by the internal explosion spell. If he opened his mouth to speak, the magic power would find the most suitable outlet and burst forth. On the other hand, Nemeku could only suppress a portion of the magic power by keeping his mouth shut. Otherwise, he would have exploded and died long ago. "You won't be able to escape," Dougal shouted. He immediately appeared behind the snake-scorpion demon. Assassin demons weren't like most Batsu, who could use high-grade teleportation spells without limit. However, just like the pincer teleportation gate, Dougal's Batobi-forged iron sword had a unique enchantment effect. As long as he wasn't more than 300 feet away from him and chanted an incantation, he could immediately flash to his sword's side. This could be used 10 times a day. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk grasping the hilt of the sword. Dougal pulled it out of the snake-scorpion demon's fat body. He used some technique this time and tore open a large wound on Nemeku's body. Not only did he tear apart the trapezius muscles on his back, but he also cut off a piece of the snake-scorpion demon's bat wings that were laughable compared to its fat body. Nemeku's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His blue eyeshadow turned purple from the pain. Wisps of white smoke rose from his tightly clenched teeth. He was so scared that he fiercely pursed his plump lips that looked like they were covered in a thick layer of Death Barbie pink lipstick. Run! Only by running out can you survive. The snake-scorpion demon exerted strength on one leg, the other leg was still wearing an enchanted bear trap, and suddenly dashed forward, smashing through the wall of the tower. As he broke through the wall, he even pointed back at Dougal, who was chasing after him. High-grade confusion, aura. However, just like the internal explosion spell he used before, this spell was still stolen by Dougal using his Hell Thief method. However, when Nemaku saw Assassin Demon do this, a glimmer of hope seemed to flash in his eyes. A trick. Dougal's heart trembled. Chapter 947. You look like a pig, but your heart is clear. Looking at the scorpion demon that crashed out of the tower and fell in the courtyard, Keyes nodded and gave an objective evaluation. There were two people standing beside him. One was Numan with a hesitant look, and the other was a middle-aged man with a frightened look. "Sir, I really didn't know that there was a demon hiding in the house. Our Zagan family has always been—" The man's face was a little pale. He still wanted to explain himself, but Keyes waved his hand and interrupted him. "Cautious, I know." The young blue dragon in human form looked at him with a smile. "Other than fighting with the Khalil family for the right to trade in the northern seas, you really haven't done anything too out of line these years." These words made the man's expression slightly calm. However, Keyes immediately changed the topic. "However, not out of line doesn't mean that everything you do is right. Otherwise, those drow wanderers wouldn't have been able to open up new underground caverns in the Archipelago province and live there. You wouldn't have had a tower in your house that had been designated as a forbidden place since ancient times and was used to entertain that demon Batsu." With a thud, before Keyes could finish, the current patriarch of the Zagan family knelt on the ground. In this aspect, he was very similar to his old father, who had just passed away 2 days ago. His knees were never so difficult to bend, and could even be said to be very flexible and good at folding. Wiping the sweat on his face with the sleeve of his moon-white gauze robe, Lord Zagan thought for a moment before replying, "I'll order people to encircle and annihilate that demon. I definitely won't let it escape from my house and bring disaster to the entire main island city. After all, although my family is no longer the Khedive of this city, with the support of the Chamber of Commerce in the future, we will continue to rely on business to make a living." Keyes nodded, and Zagan immediately stood up as if he had been pardoned. He turned around and quickly walked out of the audience room. "He's a smart man. Father and son, the whole family is smart." Looking at his back, Na-Men commented. In this regard, the young blue dragon was non-committal. This time, he entered the main island in his human form. In addition to dealing with the devil and cleaning up the wandering drow forces in the city, the most important thing was to solve the problem left behind by the Zagan family. Originally, he thought that he would need to use force to coerce them, but the other party was clearly much more tactful than he thought. He had only shown his face and had not even promised any benefits, but the current patriarch Zagan had already decided to side with him. Zagan even provided relevant clues about the whereabouts of the last pharaoh who had escaped from Bite City, and revealed that Ma Ko had some relationship with the scorpion demon. "No wonder that son of a bitch wanted to kill me," Keyes sneered. "It turns out that he's in cahoots with the pharaoh and Ma Ko." Thinking of this, he looked at Na-Men, who had a hesitant look before. "What did you want to say just now? You can say it now." Na-Men nodded, and then cast a silence enchantment around him. "The scorpion demon is called Nemuku, and he's an old acquaintance of mine. Na-Men, the contract demon, was forced to go to the front line of the bloody battle because he was tricked into signing a contract by this guy." Having the ability to trick a contract demon into signing a contract, even in the 9 prisons of Bader, this was definitely not a big deal. However, if the deceiver was a scorpion demon, this matter actually made sense. After all, this demon not only had the heart of a snake and scorpion, but its strength was also not to be underestimated. The scene of the snake-scorpion demon being chased by the assassin dog was the best proof of the strength of the snake-scorpion demon. This Namuku did have some skills, although he was seriously injured because he lost the initiative at the beginning. In fact, except for the internal explosion spell, the other injuries were relatively small compared to his rough skin and thick flesh. The dirty and smelly blood flowed for a while, and the wounds on its bloated body were sealed. Even the bear hunting pincers, with the effect of the bleeding technique, could not cause it to bleed continuously before finally crashing through the tower wall to escape. The reason why he cast a superior confusion aura on Dog instead of other more powerful spell-like abilities was that he had the cunning idea of testing the limits of the snake-scorpion demon's professional ability of Hell Thief. The so-called superior confusion aura actually caused all living creatures within 30 feet of the snake-scorpion demon to have a will immunity. Otherwise, they would be negatively affected by the harmful gas emitted from his body. This ability was actually very strong, just like the superior confusion spell cast by a spellcaster who was close to the legendary level 20. It could cause the victim to become dizzy, lose the accuracy of their attacks, and significantly reduce their reaction speed. Moreover, as long as the victim left his side, this effect would continue for a period of time. But although it was strong, this ability did not have a considerable direct lethality like the internal explosion spell. More importantly, the snake-scorpion demon was completely immune to the superior confusion aura. Using the ability of Hell's godly thief, Duj stole the advanced bewitching spirit chi and used it back on the snake-scorpion demon. It didn't do any damage to him at all, and only affected the mortals around him. Not only that, but this action also confirmed some of Namuka's previous conjectures. After the Hell Thief stole the Batsu Devil's magic ability, he should have immediately used it and had no way of keeping it on his body for a long time. This way, as long as the snake-scorpion demon did not use any of those highly damaging spells, the other party should not be able to use this kind of paying him back in his own coin method to heavily injure him. Moreover, he did not believe that the Hell Thief could use his ability an unlimited number of times. If he was really that strong, then wouldn't the demons in the 9 prisons of Bader give their all to get themselves a part-time job like this? Superior transformation spell. Thinking of this, Namuku immediately patted his body and transformed himself into a mortal. This guy had already sensed the Zagan clan's guards gathering around him. Transforming into a mortal made it easier for him to blend into the crowd. Secondly, as his body shrank, the wounds on his body also healed a little. Today, I have to kill this assassin demon. There is no reason to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Moreover, I still have to complete that Lord's mission. The snake-scorpion demon strengthened his confidence. His sinister eyes stared fixedly at the assassin demon, who was charging towards him with a long sword raised. One of his hands held a medium damage recovery potion, and the other hand quickly made a new spell-casting gesture. Firewall spell. It was still a spell that did not harm him. Chapter 948. This guy is tricking me. No matter how young the assassin demon was after fighting for so long, he should have figured out some of his opponent's tricks, not to mention a crafty old fox like Dougal. Seeing Namuku use the wall of fire, Dougal immediately understood what that guy was thinking. He was using some unimportant spells, not aiming to cause damage, but to exhaust his Hellstealer ability. In any case, the snake-scorpion demon had a huge advantage over the assassin demon in terms of spellcasting ability. Once his Hellstealer ability was used up, regardless of whether Namuku launched a powerful counterattack or used a teleportation spell to escape, he would have a much easier time. I can't waste time with him. There are more and more mortals around. Aside from the difficulty of dealing with the target, Dougal had already noticed that some of the Zagan family's guards were gradually gathering around them. If he waited for these mortals to complete their encirclement, regardless of whether they would cause any trouble or harm him, the snake-scorpion demon would definitely not let go of this opportunity. He would definitely use the disguise he had just made to hide in the crowd. There was no need to think about it. At that time, it would be even more troublesome for Dougal to kill him. At the very least, he would have to spend some effort to kill a group of mortals. Assassinating the snake-scorpion demon, someone would pay. Slaughtering mortals, no one would pay. Dougal had calculated this very clearly after so many years in the assassination business. How could the assassin demon not know how to calculate? He would never do a business that made a loss. Thinking of this, Dougal cast a sidelong glance at the ugly snake-scorpion demon that had already transformed into a human. Fortunately, the client of this business was a generous person. Not only had the commission fee been paid in advance, but it was also a sufficient amount. Thus, even if he had used up a magic trap, enchanted bear hunting trap, the overall profit was still considerable. But now, in order to quickly get rid of that guy, Dougal had no choice but to harden his heart and prepare to use another magic item. "Why can't you just die obediently?" the assassin demon cursed in his heart. At the same time, with a thought, his spellcasting ability was suddenly activated. The area within a radius of several dozen yards was completely covered by a cloud of magic. In the next second, an ordinary-looking crossbow appeared in his hand. However, it was actually made of adamantine and had a string made of mithril. Assassin demons were born with the ability to see blindly, so the fog did not affect them at all. With a light roll, he suddenly appeared behind the snake-scorpion devil, while the other party's perception was misled by the clouds stirred up by his movements. Bang! The crossbow was fired, and an arrow with the effect of guidance was shot out. It clearly wasn't aimed at the snake-scorpion demon, but after shooting out a certain distance, the arrow suddenly turned around and went straight for the back of Namuku's head. Clearly, Dougal was preparing to kill the target with a headshot. What was even more amazing was that although the speed of the arrow was not very fast, it gave people a feeling that it was unavoidable. The snake-scorpion demon also realized this point. He knew that he couldn't dodge this arrow and would definitely be hit. In that split second, several thoughts flashed through Namuku's mind. He thought of using advanced teleportation to escape, and he also thought of casting a spell shield for himself. However, when he considered the assassin fiend's abilities as a thief from hell, he discarded these thoughts as soon as they appeared. Bastard! In the end, this greater demon roared and used all the strength in his body to heavily slap his own head. He used malicious transfiguration on himself. Because this spell was used on himself, he didn't have to worry about Dougal stealing it. In a flash, his body underwent a serious distortion. For limbs, head, torso, like a clay figurine that had been crushed by a naughty child, the snake-scorpion demon's body completed a complete reconstruction in a strange order. His head grew to his buttocks, a short leg and an arm appeared on his neck, and another leg and arm appeared on his belly button and back of his waist. This way, the arrow that was originally aimed at the back of his head ended up piercing his knee. Although he had also been shot by an arrow to the knee, and a headshot was something that could be easily understood even if one were to use their hind legs to think. However, the arrow had been smeared with a liquid concentrate from the purgatory centipede that was produced in Maladomini. Usually this liquid was used to brew a special alcoholic drink that was specially made for the enjoyment of greater demons, and could cause the drinker to feel a strong impact that could almost be called hallucinogenic. Therefore, the snake-scorpion demon also felt a strong sense of dizziness. In addition, Namuku had used malicious transfiguration on himself, so his agility was greatly reduced. With the two added together, he collapsed to the ground the moment the arrow hit him. Those randomly growing limbs were simply unable to move him. "While you're sick, I'll take your life." The assassin fiend, who was well versed in this, did not show any mercy. At the same time he pulled the trigger, 4 interconnected teleportation gates suddenly appeared in all directions of the snake scorpion demon. Duo-Gu grabbed Bartholomew's forged iron longsword and rolled away. When he reappeared, he was outside a teleportation gate. The longsword stabbed out. The longsword retracted, retreated into the teleportation gate, and then walked out from an unknown teleportation gate. Over and over again, the assassin fiend waved his longsword and attacked the snake scorpion demon from different angles. Duo-Gu did not hope to kill the enemy in one blow, but when Namuku was unprepared, he continued to bleed him, slowly whittling away his life. In the end, in less than a minute, after stabbing more than 200 times, the damage caused by the stacking of ordinary attacks finally changed qualitatively. The effects of malicious transfiguration and transfiguration on the snake scorpion demon's body automatically disappeared, and he once again turned back into the bloated and huge figure of the greater Batsu. Moreover, after waiting for another second, the snake scorpion demon turned into a pool of foaming, sneakily moving mud. This meant that this demon had really died in the Ashen World. Although he would be reborn in the 9 prisons of Bader after 99 years, due to the rules of hell, he would not remember the reason why the assassin fiend killed him. Therefore, Duo-G's task was still considered completed. As the thick fog was removed at the last moment, the surrounding guards of the Zagan family all saw the scene of the greater demon's death. The essence of the snake scorpion demon's remaining soul showed strong magic and evil, causing those people to fall into a continuous state of disgust. Ha ha ha! Duo-Gu laughed maniacally. However, he suddenly had an idea, and a problem suddenly appeared in his mind. The snake scorpion demon had already been killed. According to the order of the commission, his next target was the young blue dragon cuz. However, the client of this commission was already dead. Even if he completed the commission, there would be no one to settle the balance for him, and the commission contract could not be completed. Hiss! The assassin fiend suddenly felt a pain in his heart. He made up his mind that for all the commissions he accepted in the future, he would definitely get the balance before taking action. Perhaps he was afraid that the scene would remind him of the past, so before the mud on the ground had completely melted, Duo-Gu walked into a portal. There were other people in the order of his commission to deal with. Since he had already suffered losses, he could only double his efforts to make up for the loss. Who's the next target? Well, the readers who don't vote for me after reading the book, Kik. Chapter 949. Are we letting that guy go just like that? Feeling the assassin demon's aura gradually disappear, Naman couldn't help but look at Keys and ask. He knew that his lord loved to recruit talents for his own use. Moreover, wasn't it easy to obtain the limited loyalty of the young blue dragon, who had the scale of perpetual order, someone who could be bought over with money? Let him go then. He's probably rushing to reincarnate. Did you hear his last few laughs? It sounded very indecent. The moment the assassin demon left, Keys didn't do anything. The next second, he appeared in the open space in the backyard of the Zagan family. Zagan, who had just inherited his father's position as the head of the family, was now organizing a group of disgusted guards to get some purification potions to wash away the bloodstains on the ground. My lord! Zagan cupped his hands in salute. The young blue dragon ignored him and just waved his hand. The meaning was obvious. He wanted Zagan to quickly take his men and leave. Zagan didn't hesitate and immediately did as he was told. Trying to deceive everyone, you really have a good brain, but unfortunately, you used it in the wrong place. Keys said casually as he sized up the mud like filthy blood. Then, without waiting for the other party to react, the young blue dragon, who had transformed into a human form, extended a finger. Spell maximum. Soul trapping spell. A spell with a supreme magic effect was more obvious than a normal soul trapping spell. This was especially true for demons from the lower realm who had the characteristic of body and soul as one. With a light tap of his fingertip, fine spell waves rippled out at a strange frequency. The shadow that was about to be completely pulled out of the puddle of blood and flesh was instantly nailed in the air as if it had been immobilized. The next second, the puddle of blood and flesh that was wantonly flowing on the ground seemed to not be affected by gravity at all. It floated up and blew on top of the immobilized shadow, as if it had put on a garment for the shadow. In an instant, the originally hazy shadow became much more vivid. After a few breaths, it turned back into the snake-scorpion demon. Apart from the fact that his body had shrunk a little, this senior demon looked exactly the same as before. It was clear that being killed by the assassin demon was just a cover for this demon to fake its death and escape. "Don't play dead, Mr. Namuku," Keys joked with great interest, causing the evil spirit's expression to change greatly. The young blue dragon didn't care about the other party's thoughts. He waved his hand, and after a moment of dizziness, the two of them were teleported to the Furman Disc cabin in the flagship. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Stepping on the carpet made of soft wool, looking at the neatly arranged chairs and the bookshelves engraved with all kinds of magic circles, Namuku suddenly felt more confident. It seemed that this unknown fellow in front of him was also a noble just like Zagan, whom he had previously contacted. Although the other party was slightly stronger, mortals were mortals after all. They would definitely have their own needs when dealing with demons. "You were the one who hired the assassin demon?" Namuku asked after a moment of hesitation. He wanted to confirm something first. Keys didn't answer him directly. Instead, he said slowly, "You were the one who hired Dog first. I only spent a little more money to get him to change the order of his commission." Hearing this, the snake-scorpion demon's facial features were tightly clustered together. "You're the young blue dragon who received Bader's conscription order 50 years ago and went to the Avernus Plain mercenary camp to serve. How did you have the guts?" Before he could finish speaking, a scroll of parchment suddenly appeared in Key's hand. "Not as gutsy as you." The young blue dragon, who had transformed into a human, looked at him with a smile. "You actually dared to hire the assassin demon to assassinate a purgatory general." In an instant, the snake-scorpion demon's dark yellow eyes widened to the size of goose eggs. This was because the parchment exuded an extremely solemn evil. There was no doubt that this was an authorization document that had been affirmed by Bader's will. Even if it was not opened, any demon who saw it would be able to understand its contents. He had personally participated in the blood wars on the front lines twice. He had almost single-handedly cleared the entire Acid Fog Canyon plain, killed the demon lord of this plain. The tyrant Worm Helmet completely changed the orbit of this plain and integrated it into Avernus. With such a series of achievements, even if it wasn't widely publicized because he had offended the Penishade Dragon Queen, Keys still received the approval of the evil will of the 9 prisons of Bader. He was a proper purgatory general. Not only was his status not inferior to any Devil Duke, but he was even on par with the 8 dark demon generals who were personally responsible for the blood wars in the Grey Wilderness and the 10,000 Abyss Plain. In any plain that wasn't on the front lines of the blood wars or the 9 prisons of Bader, these places were under the jurisdiction of their own lords. He had the authority to form his own legion of devils. The next moment, dozens of elite blood-armored demons walked into the cabin, proving this point even more. Even if the snake-scorpion demon, Mimaku, wasn't actually under Key's jurisdiction, and his direct superior was another demon, as long as the other demon did not appear in the Ash world, the young blue dragon had the authority to temporarily conscript him in this plane. Thinking of this, the snake-scorpion demon couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. His sharp nails even pierced through his flesh. While he was in a dilemma, he was considering whether he should mention his master's name. However, doing so would very likely reveal part of that existence's intentions. The consequences would undoubtedly be very bad. If he didn't do so, as long as Keyes temporarily conscripted him, his previous actions would immediately be deemed as insubordination, rebellion, destruction of the internal stability and unity of the Legion of Devils according to the laws of purgatory. With so many crimes, even that existence wouldn't be able to protect him, and most likely wouldn't protect a chess piece like him. The consequences would undoubtedly be extremely frightening. As for whether he should violently counterattack or not, after seeing the Purgatory General's authorization document, the snake-scorpion demon didn't dare to have such thoughts at all. Regardless of whether he could succeed before the other party's conscription order was issued, which Purgatory General wasn't a veteran. Even if he used his toes to think, Nimaku could determine that he was no match for Keyes. Now, there was only regret in his heart. I'm so stupid, really. For the first time, the snake-scorpion demon doubted his own intelligence. After he came to the Ash world, he originally didn't have to assassinate Keyes. He originally thought that Keyes was an ordinary young blue dragon. Unfortunately, he had obtained an extremely outdated file record from a bureaucracy in Avernus. Nimaku thought that the master of the Scale of Perpetual Order was the legendary blue dragon Sirota, who had led Keyes and the others to participate in the bloody battle in Avernus. After killing him, the snake-scorpion demon could pretend to be him and use this to blend into the Scale of Perpetual Order to facilitate his next secret operation. However, due to various coincidences, Nimaku, who wanted to borrow power, actually provoked the resistance that he shouldn't have provoked the most in this plane. It had to be said that the result was quite ironic. Chapter 950. The snake-scorpion demon could no longer resolve the predicament in front of him. His life and death were in the hands of Keyes. "My lord," he stammered, wanting to say something, but he didn't know where to start or how to tell his story. Keyes didn't say anything. He only gave Nimaku a look that said, "Shut up." Nimaku was immediately intimidated into not daring to speak again. The flagship, Nephremon Dis, slowly sailed towards the lagoon. A quarter of an hour ago, under the initiative of the Zagan family, many wealthy families in the main island city submitted a peace proposal to the Chamber of Commerce. The archipelago province welcomed the king's army with a feast. The ordinary people who lived in this land finally breathed a sigh of relief. The haze of an asymmetrical war finally began to dissipate. The remaining people who still felt uneasy were the wealthy families who participated in the peace proposal but still couldn't completely rest assured, as well as those who engaged in maritime smuggling, plundering, and other businesses that hindered the Chamber of Commerce. As for the wandering drow forces that were originally entrenched in the city, within an hourglass after Jarlaxle returned to the main island city, they were mobilized to withdraw from the city in an orderly manner. They retreated into the underground caverns that existed not only in the main island city, but also across the entire archipelago province. Although there were still some drow who were unwilling to give up, those dark elves either didn't get along with Jarlaxle or didn't completely cut off contact with the spider goddess in the bottomless abyss. From a drow's point of view, this wasn't something difficult to understand. Betrayal didn't matter to anyone. Jarlaxle didn't have to and had no obligation to force them to withdraw together. After all, good words couldn't persuade a damned ghost. These fellows, big and small, were just left for the Scale of Perpetual Order to act as live targets during the transition period. 3 hourglasses later. What? Nemuku was assassinated in the Zagan family, that snake scorpion demon has returned to the 9 prisons of Bader to be reborn in a dark underground cavern. A powerful demon with a locust-like head, a burly body wrapped in a layer of chitin exoskeleton plate armor, and a ringed tail behind him questioned a dark elf kneeling before him in a hoarse voice. Following the change in the devil's mood, the temperature in the cave suddenly dropped, and some of the rocks were covered with frost. The aura of frost that filled his body stimulated the heart in his chest, and that heart should have been beating in the chest of the dark elf before him. As Kairu's emotions took a turn for the worse, the dark elf was almost frozen into an ice sculpture. Scram! Go gather some more information. Seeing that the dark elf couldn't hold on any longer, the demon snorted coldly and ordered him to leave. The dark elf immediately ran out of the cave as though he had been pardoned, not even looking back. After the initial shock, Kairu Demon suddenly reacted. He had come to the material plane of the Ashen world under orders to assist the snake scorpion demon Nemaku. If he was really so easy to die, why would that existence give such a heavy responsibility to such a weak guy, faking his death to escape? Or is he doing it on purpose for us to see? That snake scorpion demon is most likely plotting something behind the scenes. Thinking of this, a hooked spear made of cold iron appeared in Kiru Demon's hand. Then he disappeared from the cave. I have to go take a look at the scene. At the same time, in the grand arena of the Medici Empire's Taka City, a gladiator with a faint stench of rotten eggs received an unsigned mail. This was a letter from his agent. As a gladiator who had recently risen to fame in the grand arena, there were specialized people who would provide him with daily shopping services. Why is he looking for me? As it turned out, the letter that seemed to contain a list of drinks had another meaning in the gladiator's eyes. As a horned fiend with a chance of becoming a pit fiend, even if he took on the appearance of a mortal, how could he not understand the special patterns of the human language and the patterns on the letter? How could he not understand the purgatory ciphers formed by the patterns on the letter? These ciphers only revealed one thing, and that was for the centaur to quickly go to the archipelago province to await orders. That snake scorpion demon really thinks I'm his servant, the centaur thought hatefully, a trace of anger flashing across his face. If there was someone else in his lounge, they would be able to see that this guy's eyes had turned into 2 burning coals in an instant. Everyone knew that amongst the Batsu people, centaurs were the devils with the highest chance of becoming pit fiends. Even though this centaur wasn't as keen on participating in bloody battles to gain merit, and didn't have the title of Overlord Demon, he was still a greater devil that ordinary Batsu couldn't compare to. He was one of the substitutes for the pit fiends. Honestly speaking, the snake scorpion demon was slightly higher than him in terms of ascension sequence, and was also slightly stronger. However, how could the snake scorpion demon, who was considered to have deviated from the orthodox ascension sequence of Batsu, compare to him who had a bright future? If not for the orders of a powerful being, this centaur wouldn't have condescended to listen to the snake scorpion demon's orders, even if he wasn't willing to incur the wrath of a snake scorpion demon. I'd like to see what urgent matters you have to say. The centaur suppressed the anger in his heart, a trace of sternness flashing in his eyes. If you're trying to deceive me, don't expect me to cooperate with you in the next operation. Anyway, that lord only wants a result. It doesn't matter who completes the mission in the end. Having thought of some things, the centaur naturally didn't want to disguise himself as a gladiator in this grand arena. There was nothing in the lounge that was worth his attention. In order to hide the demonic aura that he'd left behind during his stay here, the centaur had casually set a fire before using a greater teleportation spell. Soon, the entire lounge was burned to ashes. One after another, through various channels, including the Kairu demon and the centaur, all over the Ash world. Some cities in the Medici Empire, some remote islands in the Archipelago province, some former territories of Khedive, the former Wusong Empire. Large and small, high and mid-ranked, dozens of devils that even the spies of the scale of perpetual order had not discovered gathered in the main island city. In the cockpit of the Neefman Dis, there was now a magic sandbox that had been temporarily created. The mountains, lakes, grasslands, and deserts on it were all vivid and lifelike. Dozens of light spots flickered, and under Keys's gaze, they floated to the land where he was located one by one. The young blue dragon in human form glanced at the snake-scorpion demon standing in front of him. The snake-scorpion demon did not reveal any information, but with such an important reference present, Keys's chief magic consultant, Snade, still used a prophecy spell to divine a lot of things. This sandbox, as well as the rapidly moving light spots on it, was the feedback made by the scale of perpetual order based on this information. Within 3 hourglasses, the Chamber of Commerce had completed the mobilization of personnel and the implementation of the mission in all parts of the Ash world. Isn't this like the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa? Keys secretly thought to himself. He looked at the snake-scorpion demon with some ridicule. Chapter 951. The second level of the 9 prisons of Bader was a burning steel city. The red heat of the hellfire was reflected in the charred steel city walls. Thick smoke rose into the air, forming a large black fog that covered the entire level. Even though the city was on this level, and this level was the city Dis, some delusional people claimed that as long as travelers traveled far enough, they would be able to leave this city surrounded by mountains. In theory, they were right. The structure of the 9 prisons of Bader was like a funnel, and the space on each level was limited. Dis was smaller than Avernus, and if there were no accidents, the adventurers would have a chance of escaping. However, it was almost impossible for mortals who dared to travel in this city not to encounter some accidents. Perhaps it was because the mortals' minds had been weakened by the power of hell, or perhaps it was because of the demons with evil intentions, or perhaps it was because of the Purgatory Code and the special regulations of the plane of Dis itself that mortals could not understand. Dis always had a way to make the mortal travelers who came to this place stay in some form, in a reasonable way, and become nutrients to strengthen the city. This was a perfect reflection of Lord Dispat's wisdom in ruling this plane. Many demons admired the Lord's methods, and thus they were very willing to purchase real estate in Dis to live in. The red-hot buildings extended to the horizon in all directions, rising and falling along with the hidden terrain. Some of the demons who were especially important in the Blood War, or the grand residences of the commanders of the army, became unique sites in the streets of this huge city. In this city, every steel wall emitted a high heat. Apart from demons and other creatures that were resistant to fire, anything that came into contact with it would be burned. In fact, even the roads in Dis that were paved with iron slag were emitting high heat. If one did not wear boots with special protection, the visitor would soon struggle in pain and end up being cooked into a teppanyaki dish. Then they would be eaten by the low-level demons lurking in the corners of the streets. Of course, apart from those who rashly barged into the city, most of the travelers who dared to come here were definitely prepared. They either brought their own equipment or bought special insulated shoes, cooling ointment, water, and other necessities for survival in Dis from the shops operated by Despat. Only those who were punished, captives in the Blood War, and mortals who were kidnapped from the material world were unprepared and stuffed into the underground prison under the streets by the demons. Their cries of extreme pain could be heard from the small ventilation openings in the city walls. Markets and fairs were opened in some areas of the city, and creatures from different planes could be encountered there. Most of the creatures were looking to buy and sell suspicious goods, or hire a team of bloodthirsty mercenaries to do jobs that only demons liked. Crowds filled the streets of Dis. There were demon nobles who loved ostentation and vanity. They would lead long queues and repeat various kinds of street opening ceremonies. There were also countless working mortals and low-level demons who were constantly running on the streets. They were constantly on the move to repair, expand, and transform the city under the orders of the second lord, Despard. The city was changing with every passing moment. Steel walls, iron roads, and buildings made of various heat-resistant materials. Every once in a while, there would be changes, additions, demolitions, or even changes in shape. The only thing that never changed was the iron tower that stood eternally in the heart of Dis. This towering structure pierced through the clouds and was said to be connected to the first level of the 9 prisons of Bader, Avernus. It could be seen from every street in the city as long as one looked up. It always flickered with a faint light and only occasionally changed its exterior. The Iron Tower was Despat's personal stronghold. Not only could he greatly increase his defense and magic resistance within the Iron Tower, he could also enjoy various immunity checks as a reward. He was almost invulnerable there, which was why he rarely ventured outside. He would rather have his heralds manage his territory. Unlike the current First Lord of the Nine Hells, Barty, who was basically a pit fiend that had been strengthened many times over, the lords of the other 8 levels of the 9 Hells could not be categorized as a specific type of devil. It was also difficult to trace their lineage from their appearance and characteristics. Despat was no exception, apart from the fact that he was a great devil, a unique devil who could easily defeat a group of pit fiends. He didn't have any of the characteristics of a devil that belonged to the ranks of devils in the Barthel Archdevils hierarchy. Usually, Despat's incarnation was extremely tall, with black hair and tiny horns. He was a humanoid creature dressed in luxurious clothing. He always had the symbol of his position, a scepter with extraordinary strength that could be used as a mace when necessary. Despat would never take risks, and rarely left his iron tower. Only Asmodeus' summons would allow him to leave. In the politics of the 9 Hells, Despat and the 8th Lord, Mephistopheles, were allies. They usually plotted against the 7th Lord, Barzub. Although the 3 of them had once been allies, Barzub was the only one who received the harshest punishment after failing to overthrow Asmodeus' rule in the paying the bill operation that shocked the multiverse. The Lord of the 9 Hells had used an unbelievably powerful spell of malice to transform Barzub from a handsome fallen angel into his current extremely ugly slug form. The 8th Lord, Mephistopheles, was forced to pay a large fine afterwards, while Despat did not receive any substantial punishment. This caused the 3 Batsu lords who were originally allies to turn against each other. However, after this incident, all the devils of the Batsu people had a new understanding of the 2nd Lord, Despat. They recalled his various deeds. Although he rarely showed himself, he still managed the theoretically largest devil settlement. The first level, Avernus, was actually the bloody battle barracks, in an orderly manner. Occasionally, Tana re-demons would attack Avernus, but not a single demon expedition could wreak havoc in the city of Dis. The paying the bill operation failed, and the Lord of the 9 Hells killed 1 lord, imprisoned 2 lords, and severely punished 4 lords. Only Despat remained unscathed in the end. With all these deeds added together, it was difficult for the devils not to be moved. Now, the Batsu devil recognized that apart from his majesty Asmodeus, who could not be used as a reference, Despat was actually the most intelligent Batsu lord. It could even be said that it was very likely that he was currently the most intelligent Batsu. Chapter 952. The cold flame shone on the man's face. It was hard to imagine that a great suzerain who owned an entire floor in the 9 prisons of Bader would live in such a simple residence. There was a musty smell in the building, and the sound of water dripping could be heard from the depths of the corridor. The roof was leaking, and when the hurricane started, the rainwater would seep into the cracks and drip all the way to the ground floor, even though it never rained in Dis. The floor was made of wood, but for some reason, anyone who walked on it would feel like they were about to sink into it. They would feel fear and confusion, and it would be difficult for them to move forward. Compared to the strange building, the interior of this residence was rather luxurious, and it did not match the scenery upstairs. There was a long dining table in the middle of the living room, and there were glass goblets embedded with shining gems. The room was filled with splendor. There were rows of neat shelves on the wall, and they were filled with books and furnishings, most of them in small glass boxes. These things were Dispat's souvenirs. The second suzerain had a hand in almost every field. His spies and subordinates were all over Dis, and these Batsu or mortals helped him complete all kinds of exquisite schemes and arrangements. His true intentions were always hidden behind countless lies and tricks. Despat was very cautious. He was always on high alert, and he set up a tight defense net around himself and his property. His plan was very far-reaching, and it might take a long time to achieve results. But he was not a coward, and he was only so cautious because he was afraid of losing the power he had in his hands. Calm, and elegant, Despat was no doubt a perfect gentleman, and he never let his emotions affect him. He was proficient in the political games of the 9 hells, and as the most brilliant politician, he was like a fish in water in this game. Just like the style of this residence, Despat was a pragmatist. Compared to the magnificence of the exterior, he always cared more about the intrinsic value of things. That guy fell from the upper realm to the 9 hells under the guidance of arrogance and ambition. Ironically, it was also arrogance and ambition that made him into this ugly state. Sitting on a sofa sewn with Baylor skin, Despat lazily said something. As he spoke, he used his fingertips to fiddle with a black scepter. Beasther, who was standing in front of Despat, jumped up and down, carefully avoiding the waves of energy that were inadvertently emitted from the scepter. She was like a clown who was doing a juggling act. She did not look like a Duke of Demons at all. But even so, she did not dare to have any complaints. In front of Lord Bateau, even the Devil Duke had no right to boast. If Despat really wanted to kill her, she would definitely die at the first moment. In the light, Bister was invisible. The only exception was her orange, flame-like eyes that floated in the air. In the darkness, she appeared as a faintly glowing, ghostly, and abnormally large hellcat. Bister was a demon similar to a hellcat, perhaps even the only duke among the Batsu. She was completely selfish by nature and was a true master in all aspects. This earned Bister the distrust of all demons, and because of this, she was confined to Avernus for thousands of years. Whether it was the former Zariel or the current Barty, no one trusted a single word from this big cat. Moreover, unlike ordinary hellcats, Bister could not leave Avernus at will. She was even forced by Zariel to change her name, so that the wizards of other planes could not summon her. It could be said that for the past thousands of years, this hellcat duke had been trapped in the first level of the 9 prisons of Bader. Although it was not considered imprisonment, it was actually not much different from a prison. It was only when she heard the summons from the second lord, Despat, that her cat life ushered in a turn for the better. As a duke-level demon, even before she was forced to change her name, there were not many existences who knew Bister's name and could summon her. Of course, there were some veteran Batsu who knew her name, and Despat had spent a lot of effort to get all of Bister's real name from who knows where. In other words, the second lord had her life completely in his hands, so she could not have any thoughts of betraying him. In other words, Even if she was naturally two-faced, she had to obediently accept her fate now that the situation was stronger than her. The reason why Despot wanted to summon this Hellcat Duke was actually because of her ability to hide. He sent her to the 7th level of the 9 prisons of Bader, Maladomini, a plane full of city ruins and various ruins, to investigate what new tricks Barzub, the Lord of the Flying Insects, was playing with. Now, Bister had returned to report on her work. "Don't move when I'm talking. You're making me dizzy." As he spoke, Despat's scepter hit the Hellcat Duke's head without any deviation, as if it was not affected by the distortion of light or her innate talent of invisibility. The Duke's body, which was like an incorporeal creature, was instantly plated with a layer of cold steel color. Steel transformation had an effect on her body. Her body stiffened in an instant and turned into a model the size of a ferocious lion. Bister wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was Despot who was playing with his scepter, which forced her to jump up and down. How could it be that she was the one who was moving around? However, she just thought about it and did not have the courage to say it out loud. "Yes, my lord," she said obediently. Then, in a hoarse, harsh voice, Bister spoke in Mabraholan language, the advanced language of Inferno, which only senior demons could use. Compared to the general language of Inferno, this advanced language of Inferno was more accurate in expressing meaning and was more suitable for signing contracts. She slowly recounted her various experiences on the 7th level of Bader. "That one has gone mad. He is hooked up with a group of blasphemous priests in the Ash world," Bister said carefully as she recalled what she saw in the notes of an Enzu bureaucrat after she sneaked into his house. "Those blasphemous priests are a group of castrated earth goblins. They have gathered some wandering drow, orc, and bugbear tribes. You must know that one has a certain influence among the bugbear tribes in the material plane. Therefore, he was able to connect with those blasphemous priests. It is said that he has also sent some middle and senior demons to that material plane. It seems that he is seeking to open up that plane into another soul ranch that belongs to him and raise construction funds for a new city that he is about to build." Chapter 953. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They're all scared out of their wits. Looking at the row of middle rank and senior rank demons standing in front of him, Keyes imitated the tone of a famous cultural relic destroyer and chanted a nursery rhyme in a joking tone. If it were not for the fact that Batsa people did not sweat, these demons would have been drenched in cold sweat. They had no choice. Now that they were fish on the chopping board, none of the demons could relax. In addition, they were all furious at the snake-scorpion demon who had tricked them into coming here. Even if they did not dare to say anything now, they would definitely take revenge in the future. Of course, the premise was that they had a future. Ever since they walked into the seemingly ordinary cabin of the cargo ship, they were all stunned. In order to help the snake-scorpion demon, they were all elites who had been selected by that existence and had been tested in bloody battles. Therefore, when they saw more than 30 elite blood-armored berserk demons waiting for them in 2 groups with weapons in their hands under the guidance of 2 blood-armored berserk demons that had been transformed by the special promotion ceremony, they were all scared out of their wits. They wanted to use the advanced teleportation spell, but with so many blood-armored demons using the talent spell Dimensional Interference, there was no way for them to escape. They could only obediently surrender. As for resisting, sorry, these middle-rank and senior-rank demons had no such thoughts at all. Compared with the blood armor demons, who were famous for their blind loyalty, these demons were too good at judging the situation. At least, the blood armor demons firmly believed that dying for Barthas was an honor. And because their combat power was equally dangerous to demons and demons, the other demons treated them with respect. The endless pain created the blood-armored demon. Their armor pierced through their flesh and pierced into their bones. Even the slightest movement would cause them great pain. Only fighting could keep them going. In the face of such monsters who were extremely cruel to themselves and whose combat power increased exponentially with the number of people in the team, even the senior-ranked demons would not easily choose to be enemies with them. Moreover, the team of only 30 blood-armored demons was led by 2 blood-armored mad demons. In order to create one blood-armored mad demon, at least 100 ordinary blood-armored demons had to die bravely in the front line during the ritual. Perhaps this team had hundreds or even thousands of blood-armored mad demons. Time ticked by. After half an hourglass had passed, snake-scorpion demon Nemaku, who had reported to him after Snade cast advanced lie detection, had all walked into the cabin and stood still. Keys nodded and snapped his fingers. The ordinary cargo ship that was disguised by the Leviathan, the Nephremon Dis, immediately raised its sails and sailed out of the port of the main island city, gradually leaving the sight of the residents of the city. When the ship sailed out of the horizon and disappeared, the crew members on the deck all disappeared. The entire ship sank into the water, and the door of the cockpit was heavily closed. It was only now that the intermediate and senior demons who were waiting for their fates discovered that when the cabin door was closed, the door, which looked like it was nailed together with ordinary yellow oak wood, could vaguely feel flesh and blood wriggling through it. Only then did they realize that they were in the abdominal cavity of a giant beast. Your Excellency. In the end, Kairu, who was second only to the snake-scorpion demon, and was the most powerful of the middle-rank and senior-rank demons who had been fished up, could not help but speak first. Although I don't know what misunderstanding there is, please believe that I have no intention of being your enemy. In order to prove his words, he directly removed his disguise and transformed into his original appearance of a giant humanoid insect. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he opened his breastplate and revealed a dozen beating hearts. Kairu, also known as Ice Demon, was born heartless and ruthless. After they matured, they would come to the material plane to select some talented and intelligent mortals. They would take their hearts and implant them into their bodies to seize part of their wisdom. Opening up their chest and showing their hearts was the most direct way to show a Kairu admitting defeat. It was no different from revealing one's true name. Anyone who had some understanding of these demons could easily tell from the beating of their hearts whether they were lying or not. Superiors who were slightly more powerful could even plant various restrictions in their hearts to control them. Your Excellency, my name... With Kairu's jade beads leading the way, the remaining demons who were more perceptive naturally did not want to fall behind. Some of them were even prepared to use the infernal language to announce part of their true names to prove their innocence. However, Keys only looked at them coldly, a mysterious smile on his lips. I don't need you minions to prove anything. As he spoke, the young blue dragon in human form took out a sheepskin scroll. This scroll, made from the skin of a pit fiend, had already subdued the snake-scorpion demon. Now, it was no exception to this. An infernal general. All the demonic creatures were horrified. Your master cannot encroach on my plane. This is the authority granted to me by the laws of the infernal realm. With these words, Keys's momentum reached its peak. Not a single demon dared to object. Although they all knew how noble and powerful the being who had sent them to the Ashen World was, the fact that Quest was not affected by the purgatory of Bader's letter of authorization in his hand was enough to explain some problems. The will of the 9 prisons of Bader acknowledged his speech. Although the position of the 7th Lord Barzab was respected, it was still not as important as the will of the 9 prisons of Bader. The laws of the infernal realm were the basic laws that the Batsu people relied on to survive. It was clearly written within the territory of an infernal general. The final authority to explain everything belongs to the infernal general. The lords of Bader have no right to interfere. It was precisely because of this that the 9 prisons of Bader had not truly conferred the title of infernal general for hundreds of millions of years. Apart from the 8 dark demon generals that all the demons knew, they had never heard of Kiza's name before. All the demons were watching and pondering. The Kairu demon's open breastplate was not closed. The horned demon's real name that was materialized with hellfire was not concealed. And the Lamia demon was bending its swollen waist with difficulty. At this moment, a Hama demon with spikes all over its body broke the silence. I am willing to offer my loyalty to you. From its swinging tail to its sinister face full of sharp teeth, this demon with blazing eyes was covered in dense spikes. As the sentinel of the 9 prisons treasury and the dark soul prison, as well as the living weapon of the infernal army, the spiked demon, or Hamar, as it was called by the demon scholars, often carried out vigilant and monitoring tasks under the strict and evil orders of the senior demons. There was no doubt that this group of Batsu had been sent to the Ashen World to carry out a mission, although the commander was the snake-scorpion demon, Namuku. According to the ruling art of the 9 prisons, the Lord of the Flying Insects had also arranged for the Hamar to be his eyes. And now, he was the first to completely surrender. Chapter 954. Hammers loved the feeling of warm blood flowing through their spikes. For this reason, they especially liked to find any opportunity to engage in close combat on the battlefield. Then, they would hug their opponents with their sharp spikes and tear their enemies' throats with their sharp claws. However, when the blue dragon in human form slowly approached the hammer could not help but take 2 steps back. The hammer was wearing a high-quality coat with gemstones inlaid on the double-breasted buttons, and the emblem of the Chamber of Commerce embroidered on the towering collar. His calf was a little sore, as if he had been hit by the Hold Monster spell. Ironically, when fighting against humanoid creatures, the Hamamar's usual tactic was to cast the Hold Monster spell first, and then pounce on the enemy to ravage them. "Sir, I'm willing to offer. Don't worry, I don't covet your treasures," Keys joked. But what he said was true. He really did not care about the hammer's collection of junk. Apart from acting as inspectors, these devils also often played the role of treasure collectors and guardians of ruins. Therefore, those greedy spellcasters who coveted Hell's treasure troves would often summon hammers to obtain the treasures they were guarding or other ways to obtain wealth. In addition to the items they carried with them, the hammer's nest was often decorated with the treasures they plundered from their victims in the past, hanging between the blood-red walls. Who knew how many times they would be admired by the hammer every day? I just want to know about the upcoming operation of the snake-scorpion demons. Do you have any backup plan? I don't believe that as demons, you only have one plan and don't have any other contingency plans. As he spoke, Keys put his hand on the Batsu demon's shoulder without looking at him. Most hammers were more than 7 feet tall and weighed about 300 pounds when they stood up. Although they were thin, they had sharp spikes all over their bodies, which made them look much bigger than they actually were. However, when Keys touched the hammer's shoulder, the hammer's body suddenly shrunk to a height that was suitable for Keys to reach out and touch. The hammer could swear that he did not feel any transformation magic on his body. This scene was really terrifying. My lord, I'll tell you." Hammer began to tell his story, stumbling over his words. He knew that he would be punished more severely than death by 1,000 cuts when he returned to the 9 prisons of Bader. However, if he did not say anything, he would be punished on the spot before he returned to the 9 prisons of Bader. no matter if it was being killed in a material plane having their souls toyed with, or accepting the terrible humiliation of being demoted to become a muddle-headed inferior demon, or an even more tragic bloated demon, to the devils. All of these were endings that were more terrifying than death. If worse comes to worst, I'll never return to Bateau again. After telling him everything he knew, Hamamer immediately made up his mind. On the other hand, Kays stood there and listened attentively to Hamar's various alternative plans. Occasionally, he would turn his head to look at the snake, scorpion demon, who was the commander of this group of Batsa devils. Hearing Hamamer's words, Hamamer's face swelled to a purple hue. "I'm so stupid, really," Namuka lamented. Through Hamamog's description, he learned that the Lord of Flying Insects, Baalzeb, didn't appreciate him at all. Baalzeb didn't see him as a pawn or a tool. He was actually just fuel in Baalzeb's plan, the kind that would lead to a miserable death. Originally, he thought that Barzeb wanted him to come to the Ash World to corrupt the people in power here, so as to pull this plane into the evil camp of Order and then turn it into a ranch for demons. This was the daily work of thousands of demons. But in fact, the Seventh Lord did not have that much patience, and that Existence's understanding of the Ash World was far more than what he had told Namuku. At the very least, the snake-scorpion demon did not know about the spirit-binding tower. Barzeb had arranged for the hammer to plant a bomb in the snake-scorpion demon's team. When he really followed the plan and successfully corrupted some people in power, causing the camp of the Ash World to deviate a little, the bomb would be detonated. Namuku, who was at the center of the explosion, would die immediately, and it would be a very thorough death. He would not be able to be reborn in the 9 prisons of Bader. As a senior demon, the snake-scorpion demon's death would emit a large amount of magic energy, causing a large area of land to rapidly degenerate. At that time, with the contribution of the snake-scorpion demon, the soul-binding tower, which Barzeb had been thinking about, would be quickly built with the help of the secret method. There would be no need to continue to spend time corrupting and taking care of this soul ranch. The souls of this plane would be continuously transported to Maladomini by the soul-binding tower. They would be transported to the most beautiful city in the 9 prisons of Bader, but at the same time, it was an ugly place full of mines, slag heaps, and salty canals. Maladomini was a typical example of rotten on the inside. It was a hell where countless petitioners and Batsu demon used their own blood and meaningless labor under the dark gray sky to satisfy the morbid aesthetic of its lord. What was even more tragic was that the snake-scorpion demon had not said this before because he was afraid of Barzeb's power. Although the hammer did not know much and only knew how to easily kill the snake-scorpion demon, when he said the name Soul-Binding Tower, the terrifying human megalosaurus in front of him actually listened to him seriously. Obviously, this name had a unique meaning, and in the ears of those who knew its meaning, the hammer's words also gained points and became more important. He had guessed correctly. When Quess heard Hamama mention the soul-shackling tower, especially when it mentioned the building of a soul-shackling tower, Quess's heart skipped a beat, and his vigilance increased by a few notches. After all, the existence of the soul-binding tower was the core secret of the Ash World. The turmoil that had happened in ancient times had caused this plane to become a desert of faith. It was difficult for the gods to respond to the prayers of the believers in this world. At the same time, after the death of ordinary people, there was no way to return to the underworld and enter the gods' kingdom of the gods to become petitioners. For thousands of years, the reason why the Ash World had not become a negative energy plane full of broken souls was ultimately because of the soul-binding towers that the ancient soul-binding mages had built in order to save the world. These strange mage towers could attract souls, and with the help of the power contained in the veins of the earth, they would be dissolved and finally fed back to the Ash World itself. It was precisely because of the existence of the soul-binding towers that although there were many deserts in the Ash world, at least it was not a forbidden zone for life. Civilizations and all kinds of intelligent creatures could still thrive in this material plane, and they would not go extinct. How could Keyes not be shocked when he heard that a powerful demon wanted to build a soul-binding tower? At the same time, he also felt extremely angry, as if a thief was not only thinking about his family's treasures, but also had the intention to destroy them. Unless you are the master of the 9 hells, otherwise, humph! The young blue dragon's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. As his thoughts changed, all the creatures in the Ash world with a higher perception looked up at the sky in confusion. They felt that eternal blaze, which was suspended in the sky, seemed to have just shone for a moment. Chapter 9:55. My friend, that's what we call blood melon in our line of work. It's a despicable little trap. When you bend down to look through the keyhole, a javelin with a razor tip will shoot into your head. Later, I'll take care of it. So said Calder Fintry, the great framer. Looking at the halfling's serious introduction, the young blue dragon in human form obediently retreated to the middle of the team, waiting for the professionals to deal with the professional problems. Since he had spent money to hire people, there was no need for him to do everything alone. As for why he was here, it all started with the big interrogation a day and a half ago. Of course, it was an interrogation, but with the Hamar leading the way, the rest of the intermediate and senior devils spilled the beans without hesitation. They even swore an oath using their real names in order to prove that they were telling the truth. Although none of the devils had personally mentioned the name of the 7th suzerain, Quest was still able to understand Baalzeb's entire plan through the analysis of their words and the use of prophecy spells. That damned slug had actually extended its tentacles into the Ash world. It turned out that the Lord of Flying Insects had been connected with some blasphemous priests among the wandering drow. The latter had been ordered by Barzab to build a brand new spirit-binding tower underground in order to steal the souls of the dead in the Ashen world on a large scale. And the reason why Barzab was able to learn about the spirit-binding tower was because of the exiled Pharaoh Mako. 50 years ago, Keyes and the Grand Vader broke off. The young blue dragon killed him with a surprise attack and swallowed almost all the collection in his magic laboratory. However, Medici's Pharaoh Essidor still inherited a small part of the Grand Vader's legacy through various means. That Pharaoh and his son Mako were able to become warlocks with the ability to cast spells. However, in the process of inheriting the legacy, some of the early records of the Grand Vader's experiments on the extraction of energy from the eternal blaze were inevitably leaked. In addition, 3 important subordinates under him, the general on duty, the commander of the Wind, and the chief of the Fire Dwarf clan, all disappeared after the death of the Grand Vader. They were actually under house arrest in the private prison of the Pharaoh. In order to get useful information from these 3 people, the 2 generations of Pharaoh Essidor, and Mako did not show any mercy and tortured them for decades. The cruel torture inadvertently connected with the will of the 9 prisons of Bader and attracted the attention of the Lord of Flying Insects, and he added fuel to the fire. It was also from then on that Baalzeb started thinking about the spirit-binding tower. A few days ago, Bite City had experienced a calamity, and the Medici Empire had changed hands. In order to regain his crown, the Pharaoh Mako, who had embarked on the path of exile, had actually courted disaster by holding a summoning ritual. He'd originally only wanted to summon a few pit fiends to be his hired thugs. The black-robed wizards under him had also made preparations to deal with powerful magical creatures like the pit fiends. However, contrary to his expectations, the summoning of the pit fiends had instead attracted an avatar of the seventh Lord. The result was obvious. Ko's preparations were of no use at all. The exiled pharaoh and his descendants, along with the treasures they'd taken from Medici's golden palace, were packed up and brought back to the seventh level of the 9 prisons of Bader, Maladomini. They were brought to a city that was still under construction. The city was called Malakad, meaning Fort of Maladomini. It was also the headquarters of the seventh lord, Barzub. It was a beautiful city with perfectly straight boulevards, a fountain carved with exquisite yet terrifying ghost faces, and a tall tower that pierced the blood-black sky like an arrow. It was the greatest city one could see in Maladomini because of Barzub's morbid pursuit of perfection. The city had been built for thousands of years, but it still hadn't been completely completed. Once it was built, it would be torn down, and rebuilt. The cycle repeated itself over and over again. The miserable mortals, petitioners, and low-ranked devil craftsmen had to repeat this extremely boring work every day, but they had no choice but to do it. The raw material used to build this city was a seat of souls. Maladomini, the seventh level of the 9 prisons of Bader, had a special characteristic. Perhaps this was also due to Barzub's hobby. As long as there were enough souls as raw materials, Batsu could use them to make any kind of building materials, not to mention the stone and wood of the 9 prisons of Bader, even the opal of Mountain Paradise or the gold of Xanadu. As long as the builder had enough souls in his hands, even if the building materials didn't match the atmosphere of the 9 prisons of Bader at all, there would still be as many as he wanted in Maladomini. In order to satisfy his hobby, Barzub had to develop his own financial resources and earn a sea of souls. Therefore, when he learned that there was a spirit-binding tower in the Ashes world, a treasure that could attract the souls of an entire plane, the insect lord was overjoyed. Although there were originally 4 spirit-binding towers in the Ashes world, Barzub had always liked the new and disliked the old. He didn't like the few spirit-binding towers that had been used by others. Therefore, the Lord contacted his relatives in the Bugbear tribe, and then used their relationship to hook up with the blasphemous priests of the Wandering Drow clan. Whether it was fooling, threatening, or trading, as the 7th lord of the 9 prisons of Bader, Barzub had too many means to make the mortals in contact with him work for him, and those blasphemous priests also lived up to his expectations. Relying on the power of the Wandering Drow clan, in just a dozen years, they developed their own kingdom under the Ashes world and secretly prepared the basic materials for building the spirit-binding tower. In the process, Barzub, of course, also provided some help, and the cooperation between the two was still in the honeymoon period. Recently, after sending an incarnation to kidnap the exiled pharaoh, the flying insect lord picked out the treasures he intercepted and gave them to the group of blasphemous priests, as well as some of the items and information about the spirit-binding tower collected by the Great Vexual. Then, he sent a group of middle and senior demons, led by the snake-scorpion demon Namuku, to lurk in the Ashes world. While helping the blasphemous priests cover up, he was ready to pick the peaches when the spirit-binding tower was built. The abacus clanged loudly. After knowing all this, Keyes naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. If Barzub's plan succeeded, he, who had long regarded the Ashes world as his own backyard, would not only lose face, but also have a great possibility of crisis in this fragile material plane without the protection of the gods. However, the matter of the spirit-binding tower couldn't be exaggerated, and he couldn't let the scales of eternal order send an army to eliminate the rebellion. Therefore, Keyes changed his name and formed an adventure team. In the name of exploring the underground cave, he wanted to solve this crisis in a traditional way. Moreover, he had also prepared a generous gift for the Lord of the Flying Insects. After all, it was impolite not to reciprocate. Chapter 956. Clack. The door lock, which was called Blood Claw by the insiders, did not last long in the hands of the great framer Calder Fintry. It was easily broken by him with a magnetic rod and brass pick. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The halfling took a step back, and the tools in his hand disappeared in an instant. No one knew where he had hidden them. Then he picked up the hupak staff that was previously inserted into the ground. He used the rubber band at the top to tie the handle of the secret door, and used gentle movements to open the secret door. Another alley appeared in front of him. In order to carry out this crypt exploration, Keyes had hired several members of the adventurer team. They all had the endorsement of the Scale of Perpetual Order. Calder Fintry, the halfling framer who was responsible for breaking all kinds of traps and secret doors. In the crypt operated by the Drow clan, there were many such tricks. Galindo Millennium Rock, the dwarf underground digger who had undergone special training. He had the characteristics of a deep earth warrior who was good at fighting against all kinds of underground monsters. At the same time, he also had the mind vision, which was better than the average dwarf. His dark vision range was astonishingly more than 90 feet, and he would not get lost underground. Marsh Fezzik, the orc druid of stone. As the son of the chief of the Fezzik orc clan, he had been studying and working in the Scale of Perpetual Order since he was a child. There was no need to say much about his loyalty and ability. He was also the only spellcaster in the adventurer team. Jarrett, the legendary warrior and duelist who appeared as a drow defector, was a member of the adventurer team that Keyes had forcibly pulled into the adventurer team. The latter had taken a fancy to him because of his dark elf identity. As for Keyes, as the leader of the adventurer team, his current identity was an investigator of the Scale of Perpetual Order, and his main profession was randomly arranged by himself as an investigator who knew a little alchemy and some occult knowledge. At the same time, he had the death knell at his waist and a long spear on his back. He didn't deny that he had taken on the role of a gunmaster. Hey, gunpowder magician. This was the nickname that Calder Fintry gave to Keyes. You guys can really shoot bullets 2 miles away, and at the same time make them turn left and right. You can also eat gunpowder to temporarily strengthen your body. Yes, yes, yes. Keyes answered his 3 questions with 3 affirmations. At the same time, he discreetly dodged a hand that was reaching for the gunpowder horn pot at his waist. All the above is due to the sharpness of the gunner's senses. The halfling sheepishly retracted his hand. He wanted to borrow some gunpowder to take a look, but the purpose was only to satisfy his curiosity. Although this behavior was not malicious, it was mostly due to the curious nature of the halfling. After he borrowed something, he would return something else as compensation. However, creatures of other races rarely understood the thoughts of halflings. Fortunately, even if Keyes didn't let him succeed once, he didn't really get angry with him. However, after being repeatedly thwarted, the halfling's curiosity grew stronger. He decided in his heart, when we get into a fight later, I must open my eyes wide and watch carefully. That's right, all the members of the adventure team felt that it was impossible for them to not encounter a battle on this trip. Jarrett, who was most familiar with the wandering drow, was even more certain. He knew very well the methods that his kind would use when operating the crypt. Even though the defensive traps and mazes in the alleys were almost useless with experts like Calder Fintry and Grindo Millennium paving the way for them, it didn't mean that they couldn't send back some information. Stop. As he walked, Grinder suddenly stopped in his tracks. The subterranean digger reminded Grinder softly as he swiftly switched off the acetylene lamp in his hand. If he was alone in the tunnel, there was no need for a gas lamp or anything like that. Mind vision allowed him to see everything within 100 feet of him in the dark. He heard the rocks on both sides of the alley whispering to him and knew that there was a medium-sized creature rapidly approaching. In the underground cave, other than monsters and drow, there were very few creatures that could grow to a medium-sized size. Moreover, because the former rarely appeared in groups, it should be a patrol team of drow. The walls of the underground alley were not as smooth as they were made of bricks. Many places had gaps and corners of earth and stone. Some places could even hide a person without a problem. Therefore, after Grindo shouted for them to stop, the members of the adventure team quickly moved and each found a place to hide. The underground digger turned off the acetylene lamp in a timely manner. In addition, they were all wearing the cloak of camouflage provided by the scale of perpetual order, which could isolate them from the heat radiation to a certain extent. Therefore, even if the drow's infrared vision allowed them to see in the dark, it was not easy to find these people who were hiding. "We can't hide, we have to fight." Grindo's ears were close to the rocks and soil as he listened carefully. At the same time, after analyzing the position of the drow patrol team and his own team members, the dwarf made a decision. He lightly knocked on the rock beside him twice and made two dull sounds. According to the explanation given before they entered the cave, two light knocks and clenched fist and waved arm both meant prepare for battle. The other members immediately understood the meaning. Calder Fintry took out a long rope from his backpack and quickly fiddled with it with his nimble fingers. In a few moves, he made several knots and loops on the rope. Then he used his movements as if he was skipping water and threw the rope that was now more like a net in front of him, covering a large part of the alley. Finally, the halfling took out a few pulleys and used the ironwood hupak staff that he had already inserted into the rock as a bearing to set up a labor-saving activation mechanism. As long as the enemy walked into the range of the trap, he could quickly retreat and pull the rope at the same time to create a safe distance and make it easier for his teammates to attack. Quite ingenious. Looking at the halfling's skills, Keyes couldn't help but nod and praise in his heart. Other than the halfling, the other members of the adventure team had also completed their respective preparations. The dwarf's armor was checked, his battle axe was planted on the ground, and his crossbow was ready to shoot. Jarrett's figure had already disappeared. Other than Keyes, no one else could see through his invisibility. The orc mushu had a bone fin on his back. It seemed to be a preparation for a druid's transformation spell. Keyes himself had already taken out the death knell, which he had not used for a long time, and was ready to play the strongest note of the battle. Chapter 957. He pretended to swallow some gunpowder. It tasted terrible, but even the stomach of an ordinary megalosaurus could digest it, not to mention an abnormal megalosaurus like Keyes. He loaded the death knell with ammunition. It was the same double-barreled, short-barreled gun that he used in the beginning, although he had the latest electromagnetic nail rifle of the scale of perpetual order on his back. Since he had the opportunity this time, he wanted to relive the past. Master of body tracing, Keyes muttered in his heart, "It's long gone." After waiting for about 10 minutes, the sound of rustling footsteps could be heard in the quiet alley. It was a full patrol team of 30 drow, including petrified lizards. They followed the team under the command of the drow trainer. The leader is a Haribi, a peripheral member of the Dayet mercenary group, but you don't have to hold back. It turned out that Jarrett, who had just hidden his tracks, had already gone ahead to investigate the details of the patrol team. After returning, he used soul language to complete the intelligence report to all the members of the adventurer team. The so-called Haribi meant my trusted friend in the language of the dark elves. But Jarrett said that there was no need to hold back, which was somewhat ironic. The voice that suddenly appeared in their hearts surprised everyone except Keyes. Galindo, Millennium, and Marsh Fezzik were a little better. The former was a dwarf with a will harder than stone. The latter grew up in the scale of perpetual order, so he was experienced and knowledgeable. After all, the great Framer Calder Fintry was a halfling, and his mind was too jumpy, startled by the sudden sound. Although he covered his mouth with his hand in time and did not cry out, he still squeezed out a heavy breath between his fingers. As the strongest race in many underground worlds of the multiverse, the Dark Elves naturally had their unique racial advantages. For example, in such an underground alley, the hearing and eyesight of the Drow were terrifyingly sharp. All the Dark Elves in the patrol team, one after another, heard the panting of the halfling. However, they did not ask loudly. Instead, they gestured to each other and quickly made a decision. They are going to launch a surprise attack. The Drow's sign language was naturally not difficult for Jarrett. He once again used soul language to communicate. First, release demonic fire. That thing will not burn people when it falls on them, but it will expose their whereabouts and attract the focus fire of the patrol team. Then, use dark spells combined with crossbow bolts and release petrified lizards to attack. Finally, they will launch a charge and engage in close combat. Jarrett was very clear about the various tactics of the Dark Elves. According to the configuration of the patrol team, he didn't even think about it before revealing the tactics that the patrol team would use. This was also the reason why Quess had insisted on bringing him along as a guide and a defector. With Jarrett around, the adventurer team would be able to seize the initiative in such a situation. Otherwise, to ensure that the team to reach the tower that was to be built to the point. In that case, it would be meaningless for him to organize the team. It would be better for him to defeat them himself. Since he already knew the opponent's tactics, it saved him a lot of effort to counterattack. He waited for the full patrol team of Drow to pretend as if nothing had happened and walked to 30 steps away. This was the maximum range of their demonic fire. Within this distance, Kith brazenly made his move and attacked first. Bang! He pulled the trigger of the death knell, and the gunpowder exploded, emitting a dazzling light. After the projectile left the chamber, it flew for a dozen or so meters before exploding a second time, releasing an even brighter light. Keyes had also made some preparations to deal with the Dark Elves. This special alchemy bullet called Flash Bomb was one of them. The dazzling light had a great impact on the underground creatures. Although it was not directly lethal, the group of Drow and the petrified lizards in their team all screamed and closed their eyes to protect themselves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the young blue dragon, who had transformed into a human, sprang out. In the blink of an eye, he used the various protrusions on the walls of the alley to rush more than 30 steps away. He directly rushed to the front of the petrified lizard that was at the front of the patrol team. This short and fat reptilian monster had 8 legs, and many bone spikes protruded from its back. Its eyes that were supposed to emit a scorching light green light were now tightly shut under the stimulation of the strong light. Hearing the movement in front of it, it was just about to open its eyes when it was slapped by a palm that looked ordinary but actually contained great power, smashing its head into the ground and creating a shallow pit. Verdict! Keyes raised the double-barreled, short-barreled gun that only had 1 bullet left. He did not know how much power he used in the slap just now. He was afraid that he would directly kill the petrified lizard and lose the chance to use the death knell attack. Bang! The muzzle of the gun was almost touching the top of the lizard's skull. He decisively continued to pull the trigger. The second shot was also a high-explosive bullet that had been modified by alchemy, and it shattered the skull of the petrified lizard. The red and white objects that had shot outwards were all blocked by the shock wave of the explosion. Therefore, although the brain of the petrified lizard was smashed into paste, Keyes' body was not stained with any bloodstains. The Dark Elf Patrol team naturally heard the sound of the bullet being fired, as well as the sound of the petrified lizard falling to the ground with a thud before it could even cry out in pain. Without the captain's command, the patrol team members all raised their crossbows. The ones at the front quickly squatted down, while the ones at the back maintained their level. Although their eyes were still tearing from the stimulation of the strong light, they still decisively fired in unison to counterattack. However, the petrified lizard that died before it could achieve victory provided Keys with artificial cover. Although the arrows of the patrol team were sharp, they did not cause any damage to him, who had squatted down in time. Those arrows were all stuck in the body of the petrified lizard. With a click, the lock was unlocked, the barrel was pried open, and the reload was completed. These 3 actions were done in one go. Following that, with a light click, the death knell was once again reloaded. Keys did not stand up. He directly fired 2 consecutive shots at the top of his head. The 2 flash bombs hit the top of the alley, shattering a lot of gravel and dirt. The explosion of light once again blinded the eyes of the drows. Fortunately, they were smart enough to switch their infrared vision to normal vision in time. Otherwise, with 2 flash bombs at such a close distance, they would not be far from being blinded. Chapter 958. With a successful strike, Keys did not linger and quickly retreated. His movements were so swift that even Jarlaxle, the leader of the Dark Elves, did not see it clearly. The young blue dragon in human form had already returned to his original hiding place. More than 10 balls of demonic fire landed on his running path after he had completely hidden himself in the natural shelter. Even the cold flames that emitted a demonic light could not catch up to him. This scene made it seem as if the sudden attack that he launched just now was just a prank to the Drow patrol team. Therefore, the Drow were enraged. They shouted, "Yuenhi," which meant despicable in the Drow language. Then they all went around the corpses of the petrified lizards in front of them and rushed in the direction where Keys had disappeared. A bunch of idiots, Jarlaxle thought to himself. Even if the opponents were his own kind, this would not affect his judgment. As expected, the angry Drow patrol team ran too fast and stepped into the rope trap that the halfling had hastily set up. "Get down!" Calder let out a sharp and cheerful cry, then pulled the rope and ran quickly. With the help of pulleys and bearings, even if the halfling's strength could not be compared to a dark elf's, he still managed to pull the ankles of 4 or 5 drow, tripping them all and smashing them to the ground heavily, moored and above. At this time, the dwarf Grindo Millennium, who was hiding at the side, also jumped out. He originally wanted to use the crossbow to launch a wave of attacks, but now he only hurriedly shot an arrow and threw it to the ground. He picked up the battle axe on the ground and raised his shield to charge forward. Like a rushing wild boar, the dwarf knocked down a drow who had run through the trap area without being tripped. The iron-clad shield fiercely smashed into the enemy's ratfish division, causing it to fall backward with a miserable cry. The dwarf stepped on his stomach and did not even wave his axe. He directly used his battle boots that were also covered in iron to crush the drow's throat. "Eat my axe." Grindo raised his shield to block a few scimitars that slashed at him from above. He bent down slightly and waved the battle axe that he had personally forged. The sharp edge of the axe cut through the knees of several drow, and all of them fell to the ground. There were also some nobles in the drow patrol who could cast spells like warlocks. Although this underground passageway was called a passageway, its width and height were very impressive. Seeing that the dwarf warriors were killing everywhere, they all used the levitation spell and slowly floated up like balloons. They stuck to the top of the alley and wanted to attack from above. However, just as they did so, tragedy was already set in stone. When it was close to the top of the alley, the earth and stones above burst open instantly. An armored creature opened its mouth full of teeth, stretched out a wide dorsal fin between its shoulders, and pressed the drows to the ground. With its sharp teeth and claws, it tore them into pieces in a matter of seconds. Shark lizard beast. After setting up the trap, the halfling Calder pulled out the Hupak staff and was about to come back to help when he saw the sudden appearance of the monster. Shark lizard beasts were also known as land sharks. These monsters would try to prey on any living thing they encountered, but they would not touch the flesh of elves. Many small pieces of evidence showed that the creation of shark lizard beasts was mixed with elven magic. Dwarves also rarely became their food. On the other hand, halflings were the favorite food of these beasts, and no halflings would easily break into their territory. It's okay. It was transformed by that druid. Keys patted Calder's shoulder and pulled the stunned Calder behind him. The next moment, a drow arrow shot towards the location of the trap maker. After finishing this trivial matter, Keys put the death knell back on his waist and switched the latest electromagnetic nail gun from his back to his hand. Now that he was fighting in close range, using a short gun could easily cause friendly fire. He rolled on the ground and shot another arrow towards the hiding place. Keys was able to follow the trajectory of the arrow and catch the silhouette of the archer who wanted to ambush them. He raised his hand and shot. The latest electromagnetic nail gun fired a steel nail and hit the enemy's chest with a whoosh. He was never afraid of anyone when it came to guns. Because he was disguised as a gunner, Keys was initially worried that the petrifying lizard would pose a fatal threat to the adventurer team. So he rushed forward in a super brave manner and brazenly killed it. After that, he just followed the rules and stayed in the back. Under the encirclement of Grindel, Marsh, and Jarlaxle, who occasionally made a move, the Drow patrol team was flustered even though they had more people. They could only release demonic fire and did not have time to use other tactics. That demonic cold light had instead become their talisman at this moment. After killing a few archers, the remaining drow who were wielding curved swords were singled out one by Keys under the cold light. The latest electromagnetic nail-shooting rifle of the Scales of Eternity Chamber of Commerce had a total of 30 bullets in the magazine. He didn't even use up a single magazine before the entire drow patrol team was knocked to the ground, except for the drow captain who Jarlaxle called Hubie. That dark elf was nailed to the wall of the alley. Jarlaxle did not even pull out his two famous longswords and swift sword. He only waved his hand, and 5 throwing daggers pierced into the body of the drow patrol captain. The daggers were hiltless, but they did not hit any vital parts. "My dear Hubie," Jarlaxle greeted after the battle, but it sounded like mockery no matter how one looked at it. Tisk, the drow who was nailed to the wall spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, but Jarlaxle easily dodged it. "You despicable Wenna, Lady Lavis has returned, and Lord Slodic has gathered his people. No matter why you came to the underground world, this will be your graveyard." This drow patrol captain was originally a subordinate of the infamous Dayat Independent Mercenary Group. His role was to facilitate Jarlaxle to obtain all kinds of information from the wandering drow clan. However, for some reason, this nail seemed to have lost control. Coincidentally, Jarlaxle met him today, so he wanted to capture him alive and interrogate him in a place where the drow could not see. Jarlaxle, with his hands behind his back, was twirling the ruby ring on one of his fingers. Keys glanced at it and recognized the magic light shining on it. He did not say anything else. No wonder the drow captain spoke as if he had a deep grudge, but in just a few sentences, he had sold out the current situation of the forces behind him. Chapter 9:59. After obtaining all the information he wanted to know, Jarrett walked towards the Drow patrol captain. His high-waisted leather boots tapped on the stone floor, making a loud noise. He gave the other party a sympathetic look and shrugged. Pitiful. He stretched out his right hand from under his shimmering cloak. The 5 throwing knives that nailed the poor fellow suddenly withdrew from his body. Like young swallows returning to their nest, they leisurely floated back into the magic scabbard tide to Jarrett's right hand. Pitiful, he said again, and walked away in large strides. This time, his boots did not make any sound. The 5-man adventurer team quickly moved forward in a quiet passage, leaving the noisy battlefield behind them. The blue dragon, who had transformed into a human, walked in the middle of the team. Although he did not need to as a backline archer, he should stay here to receive better protection. The one in charge of scouting was naturally Grinder, who had the occupation of underground digger. The orc druid, Marsh, followed behind the dwarf, maintaining a distance of 2 body lengths. Jarrett's position in the team was erratic, walking fast and slow at times, constantly looking for a suitable position for him to play his role according to the layout of the underground passage. It was obvious that he had his own unique views on how to march in the Underdark world. The great Framer Calder was at the back of the team. A compressed rice cake had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. According to him, a halfling had to eat 6 meals a day, so he had to seize the opportunity to enjoy his dinner while there was no work to be done. However, Keyes felt that he might have other ideas. Ever since he saw Marsh Fazak transform into a shark lizard beast, the lively halfling who was originally talkative became very restrained in his speech. At the same time, he tried his best to avoid getting too close to the orcs. However, seeing that the halfling gave him half of the rice cake, which tasted pretty good, the young blue dragon did not expose this point. Oh, gunpowder mage. After eating the rice cake, Calder finally could not hold back his curiosity and quietly asked Keyes in a low voice, "Why did that flashy elf call his kind pitiful?" Calder suddenly shut his mouth. That was because he caught a glimpse of Jarrett looking back at him. It was obvious that the other party had heard his nickname of Flashy Elf. Moreover, the Drow did not seem to be as easy to talk to as the blue dragon in human form. At the very least, he had called Keyes a gunpowder mage several times, and Keyes did not seem to be angry or have any objections. "Why don't you ask him yourself later?" Quess urged a little naughtily. Of course, the halfling Calder wasn't a fool. He wouldn't fall for such a trick. In fact, Keyes also had some guesses about the pitiful to him, pitiful. Although they did not kill Jarrett's pitiful, it's, said I, to underground, they would put some scavengers that were not a threat to the Drow, such as scavengers or sludge monsters who would not take the initiative to hunt unless they were extremely hungry so that they could deal with the flesh and blood produced by the underground world. In the previous encounter, a total of 29 Drow and a petrifying lizard had died, tragically, leaving only the captain alive, but the latter had been stabbed by Jarrett 5 times. So he had temporarily lost his ability to move. Even if the predators did not come to him, the scavengers or black puddings that usually lived on the corpses in the underground tunnel would come to him. At that time, the fate of the seriously injured Drow was self-evident. The 5-man adventurer team went through the tunnel without stopping, and the rough nature of the road under their feet became more and more obvious. This was not the underground cave that the Drow had opened with magic, but the real underground world of ashes. They came to an area that was connected by many branches. These winding tunnels and wormholes were basically distributed in a fan shape like a beehive. Drow cities are usually surrounded by this kind of terrain. This kind of complicated terrain can not only be used to block the enemy, but also to control the work of the servants, making it difficult for them to escape. As they walked, Jarrett once again used the telepathic language to provide information that only the drow knew to each team member. If I'm right, we can find evidence ahead. Sure enough, after another turn, the halfling and the drow saw a fierce flash of heat. But the latter knew that it was the heat emitted by the reflector. The reflector was a piece of metal plate heated by magic, and the dark elves used them as road signs. The heated side was like a mirror that reflected sunlight for creatures with infrared vision, and at the same time, it could also provide some illumination for the drow servants who did not have infrared vision. However, the slaves could not rely on the signs that could only be seen with infrared vision like their masters to find the right path in this complicated tunnel. After walking for a short while, they finally approached a medium-sized cave. There were no traces of processing on the walls and ceiling of the cave. There were sharp corners everywhere, and small stalactites were all over the cave. There were 2 wooden doors on the wall of the cave, which were obviously added recently. On the wall opposite the wooden door, there was a strange concave hole, only 1 step deep. In the hole, there was a waist-high ledge covered with a blanket. A drow soldier was leaning on it, holding a sword and a dagger in his hands, playing with the dagger in boredom. This is the structure of the drow city, Wendrum, which means something like a barbican. However, this barbican itself is a trap. Although there are 2 wooden doors here, it's actually not the right path at all. Behind it is either the path of slaves with endless traps installed. Usually, only the servants pass through it, and the drow control the mechanism behind it to prevent the trap from being activated, or it's simply a cave where monsters are locked up. The real path to the city is most likely under the blanket that the soldier is lying on. It should be the aperture that leads to the deeper, dark hell. Drow nobles can use levitation to easily go up and down, and civilians can also use rope ladders and the like. Instead of entering the cavern, Jarrett stopped the dwarven subterranean digger at the front of the party in time. Then, using spiritual language instead of words, he explained everything he knew in great detail. If we want to enter the city without alerting others, then we have only one way. We have to use some deceptive means. Chapter 960, Sandstorm. Underground digger Garindo Millennium Rock cursed in a low voice. If it weren't for the mission, I would be a bearded dwarf if I accepted such a weird suggestion from the gray-skinned guy. However, other than the dwarf, the other 3 members of the adventurer team had no objection to Jarrett's deception plan. If they could enter the underground city of the drow without fighting, what was this little sacrifice? Their hands were bound by long ropes. Of course, these ropes were knotted by Calder's skillful hands. They could be freed with a gentle tug. However, there was nothing unusual about them. Jarlaxle pulled them by the front and disguised them as runaway slaves that Jarlaxle had captured. The leader of the Dayat Independent Mercenary Group had also changed his face. No one knew where he got the strange magic mask from. As long as he put it on his face, not only did he change his identity, but he also changed his clothes. He had turned into her. Lush hair grew out of his shaved head. His face became that of a beautiful female drow. His chest muscles became more developed. His flashy clothes became a priest's robe. Only the magical items that he carried with him could not be covered by the magic mask because they were all enchanted items. However, the image of a drow noblewoman was befitting of her identity as a female drow noblewoman. Stop. When Jarrett, who had disguised himself as a female boss, led a group of people into Wendrum, the drow guards hiding in the pit on the opposite side of the conspicuous wooden door immediately jumped out and aimed their poisoned crossbows at the female dark elf in front of them. Curse that fireball! Jarrett said the secret code of the drow city today. Every day, The wandering Drow clan spies hired by the Dayet Independent Mercenary Group would send him detailed, secret messages without missing anything. The guard lowered his crossbow slightly and no longer aimed directly at Jarrett. "Female, how did you get here? Also, the city's alarm has been activated. Everyone is asked to enter the underground city through the spiral tunnel in the north." As it turned out, the fact that the adventurer team had wiped out a full squad of Drow patrols had been exposed. Other dark elves in charge of patrolling had found the corpses of the scavengers in the tunnel that had been ravaged beyond recognition by the swarm of scavengers. When the news reached the Earth City, it attracted the attention of a few important figures. They had just issued a traffic control order, so these small adventurer teams naturally did not know about it. However, Jarrett already had a plan in mind. "Pa!" The cross-dresser stretched out her soft hand and gave the Drow guard a loud and crisp slap in the face at lightning speed. The other party staggered, and half of his face immediately swelled up. Luckily, he didn't faint. "You—" In his shock and anger, the guard immediately wanted to pull the trigger of the crossbow, but he couldn't. When he figured out the reason, it was as if someone had used ice water to extinguish his anger. Other than the word, "you," he swallowed everything else he wanted to say. "Cowardly male. What else do you have to say?" Jarlaxle, who was disguised as a Drow noble lady, taunted the guard with words like a cat playing with a mouse. Just now, she had pulled out a strange whip from the cuff of her priest robe. The handle of the whip was made of pure gold without any decorations, and the 5 curly whiskers on the whip were wriggling up and down. They were like 5 living poisonous snakes, and one of the poisonous snakes shot out in an instant and got behind the trigger of the guard's crossbow, jamming it. The Drow guard's eyes immediately widened. He understood the meaning of this weapon. In the past, only the high priests of Lolth could have such a weapon. Although the wandering Drow clan fled to the Ash World because they were afraid of the unpredictable mood swings of the Spider Queen, the reverence for the goddess was still firmly entrenched in the depths of every Drow's heart. The guard did not dare to offend a female noble lady who wore a priest robe and had a snake whip in her hand, whether the other party was a blasphemous priest who betrayed Lolth or a spy buried in the city by the goddess. These things were not things that a small guard like him should worry about. In less than a second, the Drow guard weighed the pros and cons and decisively let go of the crossbow. The terrifying poisonous snake directly entangled him and pulled him back into Jarlaxle's hand. Under the guard's nonchalant gaze, the adventurer team of 5 easily pulled open the carpet and walked up a steep slope that led straight to the underground. Jarlaxle directly used the levitation spell and floated down like a feather. The rope that was pulled by him dragged his companions. The steep slope was difficult to walk on, but as subterranean diggers, they would not roll down like their fellow dwarves. The orc druid Mashus, Sauls, had turned into some kind of monster suction cups at some point in time, firmly grasping the ground. The halfling man framer, on the other hand, did not have any abnormalities. His large, furry feet were as nimble as his hands. He skipped up the steep slope without any trouble. As for Keys, he just walked down step by step. Compared to his companions, he was more ordinary. He even slowed down the team's progress. However, no one complained. Jarlaxle did not dare to, and the others just thought that he was a human. It was good enough that he did not fall. The city of Drow is in front. When they stepped on flat ground again, Jarlaxle resumed his job as a guide and introduced the situation to everyone. Because there was no one around, he did not use the soul language this time. The wandering Drow clan also continues the structure of the Drow race. Therefore, this city is jointly managed by a council composed of more than a dozen noble families. The only exception is that the one in charge of this council is not like the other families in the Underdark world that are most favored by Lolth. Instead, it is a union composed of a child of God named Lavis and many inferior wax demons and blasphemous priests. The deep underground cave was much larger than the Wendorum on the upper level. Although it was deep underground, the air was not that turbid. Thinking about it, the drow must have built an air hole here to connect to the outside world. They continued to walk for half an hourglass. Along the way, they passed by many large quasi-military manors. The residents were all earth goblins. These goblins with dark green skins stood as tall as ordinary humans when they stood up. A pair of small eyes looked around vigilantly. They were constantly carrying out military training in the manor, and the rest of the chores were left to their smaller, distant relatives. The earth goblins generally had the custom of keeping goblin slaves. It was not until he saw a tall pillar that Jarlaxle stopped. "Nabondal time pillar, we have entered the city of Drow. We have to be more cautious." Chapter 961. In the multiverse, no race knew the meaning of the word revenge better than the Dark Elves. Revenge was the dessert on their dinner table every day, the proud smile on their lips after tasting the sweetness. For the Drow race, revenge was a supreme delicacy and an unremitting pursuit. Therefore, even though she had just been resurrected using the cloning technique, Lavis hurriedly returned to the Ashen World to seek revenge after recovering her strength. It only took 2 or 3 days for her to return. The Spider Queen walked on the steps of the wide staircase where the City Academy was located, Tier Breach, as the Drow cities named the academy. She stroked the short hair that had just grown out of the clone's head while cursing the traitor who made her like this, as well as the small city that went against the customs of the Drow. At this time, the city was brightly lit. The houses carved out of natural stalagmites had windows at very high places, and the light of torches swayed there. There were lights in the city of Dark Elves. Generally speaking, in the city where the Drow race lived, many exquisite buildings, usually noble mansions, would be decorated with the soft light of demonic fire. Most of them shone with blue-purple brilliance, but demonic fire and lights were two different things. "Does this light hurt your eyes?" Sarcastic words came from behind her. Lavis turned around and looked at the speaker. The other party was a strange-looking earth goblin with a candle on his head and a thick layer of makeup on his face. His name was Slatak, and he was the leader of the blasphemous priests in the current Wandering Drow clan. Slatak was shorter than most Drow, almost more than a foot shorter than Lavis. However, although his makeup was strange, he always had an inviolable majesty and calmness. Lavis knew his strength better than most people and his temperament, so she always dealt with this small earth goblin with the greatest degree of caution. Hearing the sarcasm, the first thing that came to Lavis' mind was, of course. Flickering and shining, the lights of the entire city looked like pairs of malicious eyes to her. However, the words that came to her mouth became, "Of course not, my dear Hubie. If that's your command." "Let's go," the blasphemy shaman whispered. The terrible Drow accent made Lavis unable to distinguish whether the other party was speaking or roaring. She followed the earth goblin down Tier Breach and walked to the iconic 3-tower building of the Drow Academy. The so-called 3 towers referred to the Combat Tower, the Adept Tower, and the Spider Tower, which was usually the largest and most magnificent of the 3 towers. However, the purpose was to escape from the moody goddess Lolth. In this city of wandering Drows, there was naturally no temple building like the Spider Tower. In its place was a pyramid-shaped tower. It was still under construction and had yet to be completed. Many Drow civilians, as well as earth goblins, served as supervisors here. They used scimitars and whips to drive thousands of goblins and human slaves to work. These slaves inlaid pieces of polished obsidian on the body of the pyramid. They lifted a square stone with a crane and stacked it in various positions that had already been planned. Slatak took Lavis and entered from the main door at the bottom. As soon as she stepped into the hall of the pyramid, all kinds of smells immediately attacked the Spider Queen's noble daughter, from the fragrance of spices to the smell of dried blood of sacrifices. At the same time, strange chanting sounds came from behind every side door. Slatak didn't care about it. He shrugged and walked past a few disciples who saw him and bowed to him. The blasphemy shaman went straight to the higher steps. His destination was his own private room. He walked down a small hall where the floor was full of living spiders, some of which were even taller than Lavis' knees. Lavis was a little confused. Shouldn't this scene appear in the spider temple? Why would a blasphemy shaman's residence also raise spiders? Did he need these spiders as a medium to steal the Spider Queen's power? However, she wisely remained silent. Even if they were allies, it was best not to pry into each other's secrets. The consequences of doing so would undoubtedly cause the already fragile alliance to crumble. So, she just followed his footsteps through the hall. The spiders wouldn't attack Lavis, and she pretended not to see them. "Take off your boots," Slatak turned back and said to Lavis before stepping into his private residence. The latter bowed elegantly and walked into the exquisite room covered with a thick velvet carpet and burning with soft, inextinguishable flames. Slatak closed the door and strode past Lavis, sitting on a large chair piled with cushions. Behind him was a writing desk, and behind it was one of the countless tapestries depicting a group of earth goblins fighting under the leadership of a muscular earth goblin warlord. This painting showed the militaristic social customs and traditions of the earth goblins, but it was obvious that the technique used was the work of the drow craftsmen. Two different races and two different styles merged together in a strange way, just like this strange city. Lavius sat comfortably on the wrapped stone chair and smoothed out a wrinkle on the armrest, revealing a clear pattern on it, a black and yellow Gianta spider. This was a variant of the tarantulas on the surface in the Underdark. Death doesn't feel good, right? After sitting down, Slatak was the first to break the silence. He questioned Lavis with an uneasy tone. The candle flame on top of her head flickered, as if she was gloating. The Spider Queen shrugged her shoulders. "You'll get used to it. Besides, you can come back to life every time you die, and you won't lose a piece of flesh. Since you have a bad mouth, don't blame me." Lavis directly mocked him, and these words were like needles that pierced straight into Slatak's heart. Distorted by the Spider Queen's secret technique and turned into defective wax demons, the earth goblins had all been castrated. This was not only the eternal pain in their hearts, but also the root cause of their betrayal of the goddess Lolth. "Ha ha, ha ha." He let out a low growl that sounded like a wild beast, but he immediately covered it up with a ha ha. "You really are like your great mother. Even your words are as vicious as needles hidden in cotton." Let's get down to business. Lavis was a little annoyed. In addition to revenge, she had many plans to subvert Lolth, so she had no time to chat with this immature eunuch. Although this wandering drow clan has completely retreated underground, they have always been ruthless with the scale of perpetual order. Have you thought about how to deal with them? Also, with a traitor like Jarlaxle, do you still have the confidence to completely control this city? Chapter 962. What's so difficult about that? Hearing the offensive words, the earth goblin blasphemy priest glared at Lavis, but soon after he changed his gaze into a playful one. There are no shadows in the Underdark, no birds chirping, and no room for hope. It is because of this that the Spider Queen placed the drow here. This way, your clansmen will serve her wholeheartedly. In order to survive, they will think of all sorts of ways to please her. In a sense, this kind of faith is like a business transaction. One hand for the money and the other for the goods. It is fair and reasonable. Now, this wandering drow clan, forgive my offense, but this includes you, a noble lady. As long as they are still living in the underground city, they will have to rely on the resources provided by my generation. Since that is the case, what reason do you have to refuse to shed your blood for me? Lavis glared at him. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became cold, and even the burning fireplace seemed to have cooled down. However, Slottick turned a deaf ear to this. You know better than I do. Be it Dana Caesar or Menzoberranzan, the nobles of the great drow cities are all under the control of their matriarchs. For the sake of pleasing Lolth, they carry out a bloody and cruel ranking game. But even so, they are still a union of interests. Why is that? My opinion is that because of the pressure from the outside world, such as the underground monsters, mind flayers, Mithril Hall, and Boolingdon Stone City, the chaotic drow will form a city-state to resist the outside enemies. The greater the pressure from the outside world, the less internal strife among the drow. The more united they are, the more orderly they are. Therefore, with a colossus like the scale of perpetual order eyeing them covetously, this wandering drow clan will not have any problems. Although Lavis wanted to refute, after thinking about it carefully, she actually agreed with Slottick's words. This earth goblin blasphemy priest indeed understood the drow very well. His point of view was even more direct than most of the drow nobles. Cossins Ober. Jarlaxle whispered a secret phrase that was rarely heard in the drow society, which translated to pull out the spider's leg. The seemingly flat wall responded to the mercenary leader's signal. It twisted into a spider web and spun outwards. The spider silk rolled together and created a hole for the mercenary leader and his adventurer companions to crawl through. Even Jarlaxle, who was usually one step ahead of the other drow in everything, was somewhat surprised, or perhaps pleasantly surprised, to find a female drow waiting in the room. This was the Academy's magic school, the Warlock School, and this room was directly above the Dean's Lounge. Jarlaxle had hoped to have a subordinate from the Dayet Independent Mercenary Group to receive him, but it was clear that the person in front of him was a better choice. Keyes followed behind the leader of the mercenaries, wisely staying out of the sight of the irritable owner of the room. He looked around the interesting room. Like most wizard towers, it was bathed in a soft blue light. On the table, on the 3 chairs, on the floor, there were parchment scrolls everywhere. Bookshelves were placed against the wall, holding dozens of wide-mouthed bottles with open lids and slightly smaller hourglass-shaped containers. On the side were sealed boxes. There were hundreds of other strange objects, which made the young blue dragon, who had transformed into a human, wonder what they were used for in this mess. You brought Cobras into the Warlock School. The owner of the room raised his eyebrows in surprise. Keyes was careful to keep his eyes on the ground, although he also stole a few glances at the daughter of House Benra. He had never seen a female drow in such a place with such strong light before. Jarlaxle had disguised himself as a female boss in order to sneak into the city. He now thought that this warlock was not very beautiful by the standards of the drow. She was too short, and her shoulders were too wide for her sharp face. Keyes was curious how this female drow could have such a high status among the drow who valued beauty. He thought that her high status could only be because she was born in a noble family and a high-ranking one at that. Although he did not fully understand the drow language, glib tongue, and language proficiency could not make people understand all the regional slang, Keyes realized that the phrase Cobras just now was probably an insult to him. Generally speaking, Keyes would respond with a sword, but not here, not where he was about to do something. I took them to many places. Jarlaxle replied, I don't think your brother would have any objections. Jarlaxle scanned the room, his eyes falling on the big shiny table made of human bones and the cushioned chair behind it. There was no door connected to this room, no obvious hiding place, and his subordinate was not here. Gundor should be here, Jarlaxle argued. Jarlaxle defended himself. Besides, why would the dean of the Warlock Academy appear alone in the secret spell room of another Warlock instructor? I remember that this is against the rules, just like when I brought a few non-drow into the Warlock School. Note, you are questioning the dean of the Warlock School. This is still the Warlock School, the short drow warned. Esenki, Jarlaxle replied with a slight bow. It was a somewhat vague word, meaning as you wish, or almost, why are you here? The drow warlock asked. You knew I was coming, Jarlaxle said. Of course. The drow replied, slyly. I know many things, but I want to hear your own explanation of why you entered the Warlock School and why you entered Gundor's secret room. Although he's probably busy fiddling with a spell experiment right now and doesn't have time to talk to you. Jarlaxle put his hand into the folds of his cloak and took out a metal creation with gears and pistons. It was not hidden under the cloak. What he did just now was just a smokescreen to hide some kind of spatial equipment. Then, with a speed that the female warlock could not react to, he threw the object to the human bone table in the distance. The table opened a drawer and automatically put the object inside, and then firmly closed it with a click. Take it out. I will personally give it to Gundor. I can't open it. Jarlaxle lied. Every time I use it, the human bone table will change a secret code, and I only know one. The female warlock glanced at him, and then softly chanted, still staring at the closed drawer. The drawer was covered with intricate patterns woven by magic, the Guardian Golem spell. They were so tightly woven that she could not easily open it. Although her magic power was one of the best in the city, she was still afraid of what would happen if she violently broke her brother's masterpiece. At this time, Kith was looking at the drow, who was fighting with himself with great interest. If he was not mistaken, the object that Jarlaxle took out should be one of the core components of the old version of the Mad Knight armor. It was a power armor engine jointly developed by the half-lich Snade and the master engineer Shay. I really underestimated this guy in the past. He glanced at Jarlaxle discreetly. To be able to obtain such a piece of technical equipment under the strict lockdown of the Chamber of Commerce, this Dayet independent mercenary group leader really had some tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 963. May you be at the mercy of others like the Wrath Beast. In the end, the sorceress gave up on the idea of using violence. She turned back to look at Jarlaxle and cursed under her breath. Jarlaxle maintained his smile and continued the unfinished ritual. He took off his hat and bowed deeply, drawing an exaggerated arc with his hat. Good day. Then Jarlaxle stood up straight and rolled his hat to his elbow. Then, with a shake of his arm, the hat spun in the air and accurately landed on the mercenary leader's bald head. The sorceress ignored him. Instead, she walked towards the blue dragon, who had transformed into a human. This time, she spoke in the medic language, obviously wanting Keyes and the others to understand her. How much do you know about Cobras? And the reason why she did this was no doubt because she had the intention to kill. She did not want a second person to know about her meeting with Jarlaxle. This was really bad luck. Indeed, it was the sorceress who first used the chain lightning spell. Her words even contained the spell's incantation. So, Keyes had no choice but to fight back. He punched the sorceress's diaphragm, preventing her from chanting. The next second, he tripped her and pushed her to the ground. Then, he clawed her chin with his right hand so that the sorceress could not scream. Finally, when he stood up, he pulled the collar of Grinder, the dwarf who had long disliked the drow and wanted to kill him with his axe. Mission, don't forget the mission. Keyes explained to the subterranean digger, who cast a puzzled look at him. Then, he lifted the sorceress's body with the tip of his foot and kicked her to Jarlaxle's feet. Get something out of her. It's my pleasure. The mercenary leader returned the salute as before. When he put the wide-brimmed hat back on his bald head, a dagger appeared in his hand. It was like a magician performing a trick. You'd better tell the truth. Jarlaxle let it dance on his fingertips. This dagger, which looked like it was made of obsidian and had an 8-clawed spider pattern on the handle, did not cut even a little bit of skin. You see, I have to be very careful to hold it. He lowered his head and extended the dagger to the sorceress's face. When the sorceress saw the dagger, her body froze involuntarily, and she could not summon the slightest intention to resist. She knew that this was a ceremonial dagger that only a high-ranking drow priest would have, specifically to meet the blood sacrifice needs of the Spider Queen. Even if the Ashen World was abandoned by the gods, she did not dare to bet that the goddess Loltha's attention to this special sacrifice after she was wounded and her blood's blood was absorbed by the dagger. LLS. Similarly, if Shiz's death, Shiz's soul would SSS. I say, the sorceress forced a smile. Jarlaxle's dagger was still dangling in front of her eyes. But you have to tell me where to start. Jarlaxle patted his forehead with his free hand. Look at my memory. It's my fault. Let's start from Gundor. The interrogation process that followed was as simple as pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. The sorceress told him everything she knew in detail. She and her brother Gondo were respectively the eldest daughter and eldest son of the D City's #1 family, Difo matriarch. The two siblings practically controlled the entire Warlock College. The reason she came to Gundor's secret vault was not because she knew that Gundor and Jarlaxle were meeting today. In fact, she did not even know that her brother was a member of the Dayet mercenary group, but because she wanted to find some clues about what Gundor had been researching recently. It was rumored that Gondo was researching the construct armor developed by the Scale of Perpetual Order in the surface world. Moreover, the city's blasphemy priest and Warlock College were fully supporting the research. This was an order from Sladak. At present, in addition to organizing the army and preparing for possible attacks from the surface world, the entire Drow clan was busy doing two things. One was building a pyramid with various magical properties, and the other was supporting Gundor's research. However, only important people, like the Difo family's matriarch and her eldest daughter, knew what Gundor was researching. He's trying to use some kind of magic crystal given by Sladak to combine it with the zealot armor developed by the Scale of Perpetual Order. That kind of crystal has the ability to absorb the energy of the vicious fireball and store it. If the Drow can make their own zealot armor, our clan may be able to build an army that can fight all day on the ground in the future. Hearing what she said, Keyes seemed to be calm on the surface, but in fact, he was thinking a lot. It seemed that Barzub, the Lord of the Flying Insects, had made preparations for both sides. Whether the Soulbound Tower could be built smoothly or not, the Sunfire crystal developed by the Great Visel and the Drow version of the Zealot armor could cause a war in the Ash world and create many ownerless spirits. He's just a man, and he's not even the Dean of Warlock College, but he can independently lead a new project. But I have to use the manual given by Sladak, but it doesn't say what it does like other Drow spellcasters, and use the power of magic to help the goblins and human slaves build the Soulbound Tower. It's not fair at all. Jarlaxle patted her cheek with the blade of the obsidian dagger to stop her complaining. Continue with the content. He did not agree with the unfair remarks put forward by the sorceress. As far as he knew, Gondo was indeed much better than his sister in making magic items. Moreover, the sorceress was able to become the dean of Warlock College, mostly because of her gender. After about half an hourglass, the sorceress had nothing more to say, so Jarlaxle knocked her out completely. During the interrogation, he held a turquoise talisman that could identify whether the interrogator was lying or not. He was sure that most of what the sorceress said was true. The reason why Jarlaxle did not kill her on the spot was, of course, not because he had any pity, but because as the eldest daughter of the Deaver family, if the sorceress died, there must be some magic items in the family that could detect it. In that case, it was likely to affect the next step of the adventure team. Let's go and see the Soulbound Tower. Keyes asked the others. He had already taken the ammunition bag with the gunpowder in his hand and was throwing it up and down. Jarlaxle's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene. The mercenary leader knew that the ammunition bag was actually just a cover. The things inside were simply terrifying. Chapter 964. The small boat slowly glided across Lake Luwak. It was a small and dark lake located in the middle of Drow City. It separated the Wizard Tower from the other two towers of the three-tower building. Jarlaxle sat at the bow of the boat and looked to the west. The caves and stalactites in the distance gradually appeared in front of his eyes. However, to his night vision, this scene seemed a little strange. It looked blurry. At first, he thought that it was caused by the warm current rising from the lake, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, when the Drow figured out the real reason for the blurry infrared vision, some things from a long time ago gradually swayed in his memories. It's so similar to that time. The mercenary leader thought to himself. The Benra family of Morseblight City first ordered the whole city to light the lamps, and then they walked to their own end. Drow did not like bright light. This was not only due to biological reasons, but also due to more than 7,000 years of tradition. Back then, the old matriarch of the Benra family, who ordered herself not to die, went against the flow and called for the entire city to light the fire because she was driven by her own ambition. She wanted to unite the Drow in a city to invade the surface and establish a dynasty named after her. She needed the Drow to forcibly adapt. When the orc sailor was rowing the boat, a series of horns sounded behind him. He finally had the time to organize his thoughts. Jarlaxle closed his eyes, trying to turn his night vision into normal light vision. He remembered the last time he came to this underground city. He saw the stalactites and the magnificent buildings. The intricate patterns on them were illuminated by flashing purple, blue, or red demonic flames. Suddenly, the small boat swayed, and the orc sailor's rowing horn came to an abrupt end. The mercenary leader thought that a few of his companions in the adventure team were causing trouble again, but when he opened his eyes, he saw a large ship passing by the small boat. The banana-like ship was very close to the small boat, so close that it was uncomfortable. Moreover, there was a blue-purple magic floating disc floating at the bow of the ship. That was the common mode of transportation used by the matriarchs. Metzberitana. Jarlaxle recognized the emblem on the side of the banana boat. The Metzberitana family was the first Drow family in this underground city. However, the position of this family was a little awkward. Although they were the first family, the current actual ruler of the wandering Drow clan was actually a group of blasphemous priests. Keyes also sized up the banana boat, and just as the blue dragon youth in human form looked at it, Drow, who was standing on the magic floating disc, also turned his head. Matriarch Metzberitana saw the boat and the male Drow on the boat. Jarl Axel had once again used some unknown magical item to change his appearance. She also saw the few cobras that he brought along. Mother Joie was suddenly suspicious. It was not surprising for a drow to bring along a few slaves, but the equipment on these abandoned people was too gorgeous. No drow would allow their slaves to have such good things, even the males who were known for their stupidity. She is a matriarch. She should be suspicious of us now. Jarl Axel immediately informed his companions using telepathy. The mercenary leader did not make a judgment. He knew who was the one who made the decision in this team. Can you disguise as her? Keys also asked in telepathy. Moreover, his question was one way. No problem. As long as I am close enough, I will have enough time to observe the details of her clothes and appearance. Keys smiled and suggested to the group, "Let's go and rob that boat." He looked at the dwarf who had been squatting in the middle of the boat since he sat on the boat. His hands were holding the sides of the boat tightly. That boat is big enough. It is safer and more stable. It will not shake so much. When the digger heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He was so happy that he suddenly stood up and almost fell out of the boat. The orc boatman was just about to speak when Marsh Fezzik, who was standing next to him, slapped him on the neck. The orc druid directly knocked him out. "This time I will go first." After that, Marsh Fezzik jumped into Lake Luwak. Everyone looked down from the water and saw that he quickly turned into a huge, crab-like monster. His 8 legs were long and sharp, like curved spears. His entire body was covered with a shell full of sharp spikes. 2 large and fast pincers savagely slapped the surface of the water, as if desperately wanting to clamp something in half. The orc druid had turned into a shark-eating crab. "Let's go too." Calder, the adventurous halfling, instigated. He could not wait to join in the fun. "Idiot, sit tight. I won't save you if you fall." The dwarf patted the halfling's shoulder and pressed him to the middle of the boat. Keys took out his electromagnetic assault nail gun. "Grindel is right. Now all of you sit tight." As he spoke, the young blue dragon in human form pulled the trigger. As he spoke, he changed the electromagnetic gun to a special bullet. A steel nail with a string attached to the tail, and a claw at the head flew out from the muzzle with a swoosh sound. After hitting the side of the target, Keys held the gun in one hand and the string in the other, pulling the small boat towards the large ship at an extremely fast speed. The small boat drew a white line on the surface of the water, and in the blink of an eye, it even surpassed Marsh Fezzik, who had jumped into the water earlier. "Oh, woo!" Even with Grindel holding his shoulder, Calder still stubbornly raised his head and looked around. It was the first time the halfling experienced the feeling of riding a speedboat. He could not help but cry out in excitement. Fortunately, his cry did not travel too far, and was physically suppressed by the dwarf in time. Jarl Axel took out a magic flute from nowhere, and after fiddling with it a few times, the space including the 2 boats was covered by a faintly rainbow-colored, soap bubble-like membrane. Before the membrane broke, not only magic communication, even sound could not be transmitted from the inside to the outside. The small boat drew a semicircle on the surface of the water and changed from a parallel state to a T shape before crashing into the side of the banana boat. Keys did not have to worry about Jarl Axel and Calder. The mercenary leader and the great trap maker were far more agile than ordinary people. The shark-eating crab, who had just arrived, used its spear-like claws to poke at the side of the boat and rushed straight to the deck of the banana boat as if it was flat ground. Keys held Grindel Millennium's shoulder with one hand and pulled the string with the other. Both of his legs kicked the small boat hard. He brought along a dwarf who was trying his best to hold his breath and not let out a roar as he boarded the deck of Metz Baritana's big ship. Chapter 965. Needless to say, the drow on the Metz Baratana family's ship knew that a battle was inevitable. A female drow warrior with a pair of swords attacked Karth. She saw that the other party was carrying a dwarf and was not standing firm. Keyes quickly threw Grinder to the side and swung his spear to hit the opponent's swords, letting out a long cry. The female warrior fought back fiercely for a while, but gradually her movements became slower and slower, struggling to cope with the tricky attacks of the bayonet on Drizd's electromagnetic nail gun. She raised her sword and blocked the blow from the gun's handle on the right. She raised her sword, trying to stop the bayonet's slash. However, Quessa's slash was just a feint. The only thing that rushed out was her own two swords. Once she realized that it was a feint, she stopped her sword and turned back to defend. It was too late. Keyes stomped on the enemy's knee, and the female drow immediately knelt on the ground. The next second, the bayonet sank into the gap of the delicate chainmail. He was now wide open, but the female warrior had no strength or life to attack again. The bayonet beautifully pierced her heart, and she lost everything. When Keyes pulled back the bayonet, she only trembled a little. Other than Keyes, the other members of the adventurer team also performed well. Jarlaxle's target was the matriarch of the Metz Baratana family. This experienced warlock did not even have the time to cast a spell before she was blinded by a flash bomb shot by the mercenary leader. She then used the lifesteal light sword and the crimson rapier to open two holes in her body. Calder disappeared as soon as he reached the deck. But from the miserable state of the drow family guards who stepped on the slime traps and were hit from time to time, this great trapmaker was indeed worthy of his reputation. The dwarven digger stood on the deck, stepping on the relatively solid ground, and his combat strength was greatly improved. He used his skillful martial arts to attack the lower part of the body, and so far he had succeeded in making more than a dozen drow walk with crutches for the rest of their lives. Of course, the premise was that they could survive today. As for the orc druid that had transformed into a shark-eating crab, he found the only cave lizard knight on the ship. The latter were the traditional heavy cavalry of the drow race. They would ride cave lizards that could climb walls and fight with their spears. However, because they were on a ship, the cave lizard knights lost their advantage of attacking from strange angles. Faced with the violent attacks of the shark-eating crabs, it did not take long for their spears to be broken and their bodies to be pierced. Even his mount couldn't escape the fate of being beheaded. In less than 10 minutes, as if they had calculated the time, after the 5-man adventure team had cleaned up all the Metz Baratana on the ship, the banana boat had reached the opposite shore. Jarlaxle changed his form once again. Even the clothes on his body became the same as the matriarch of the first family. He led several cobras down the ship, and the orcs and goblin boatmen who were lingering on the shore didn't dare to approach. Without the permission of the drow matriarch, if a vassal race like them rashly boarded a family ship, even if it was to drag the ship into the anchorage and do some cleaning work, it would still be a crime to be punished. When they got off the ship, Keyes found that Calder was smiling as he had small hourglasses all over the ship. The young blue dragon glanced at them and knew that the sand in the hourglasses had been enchanted. As long as the hourglasses ran out, they would turn the ship into a roasted banana. The soul-binding tower is in front. There were no drow around, so Jarlaxle simply used words that a few people could understand. He pointed to a pyramid-shaped building in front of them and said softly, "It was originally a huge stalagmite that grew on the ground. Its shape was similar to a pyramid. According to the habit of the Dark Elves, they would usually use the stone-to-mud spell to turn it into a spider-shaped temple. However, the wandering drow clan had abandoned the faith of Lolth. Under the command of those blasphemous priests, the sorcerers simply turned it into a pyramid. A few people slowly walked forward, and a group of patrolling drow began to appear at the main entrance of the pyramid. However, when they saw Jarlaxle, who was disguised as the matriarch of Metz Baratana, they all bowed and quickly left with the members of the adventure team. The position of the Metz Baratana family is very awkward. According to the customs of the drow, the first family will have supreme authority in the underground city. But now the real power is held by the blasphemous priests and the daughter of the Spider Queen, Lavix, who is said to want to usurp the power of the Demon King's pit. With the suppression of these two forces, the matriarch of Metz Baratana's right to speak is actually not much different from the other matriarchs. In order to guard against her, the leader of the blasphemous priests, Slatak, has repeatedly made things difficult for the Metz Baratana family. As they spoke, they walked into the main entrance of the pyramid. Now, the people in the underground city are restless. Everyone thinks that a war will break out in the near future. At this time, no one wants to be too close to the first family. At this point, Jarlaxle immediately switched to the soul language mode to explain. Are we going to sneak in like this? The investigation definitely needs a result. In the end, we will definitely have to go to the core of the spirit binding tower to take a look. Maybe there will be a battle. If that happens, can we still go back the way we came? Do you have any plans? Let me hear them. Calder's voice came from the soul language channel like a string of cannons. Jarlaxle was shocked by the sudden words. He thought that only he and Keys could talk, using the soul language. Halflings are born with the gift of the soul. It is hidden in their blood and can only be discovered by chance. Keys timely sent a message to the mercenary leader alone. Since the other party always liked to overthink, he had to appease him. In a world called a Das, the ancient halflings relied on the power of the soul to create an extremely glorious civilization. You have just used the soul language several times, and Calder has heard it a few times. It is normal for the gift to be awakened. Understood, Jarlaxle replied. Keys continued. However, what he said is also a problem. I don't know what you think, but I think that since we have already sneaked into the spirit binding tower, I think there is no harm in using a more radical method of sneaking. As long as no one sees us, then we can be considered to be in perfect stealth. At worst, we can just make all the witnesses disappear. And this way, we don't have to worry about being surrounded when we go out. Jarlaxle, what do you think? After listening to Key's words, the mercenary leader instantly came back to his senses. His bald head that was covered by magic was instantly covered in a layer of cold sweat. Good guy. So it was the kind of perfect stealth where no one sees us. This, logically speaking, was indeed impeccable. As you wish, Jarlaxle replied obediently. Chapter 966. Under the arrangement of Keys, the adventurer team entered the core area of the spirit binding tower. Even if no one raised any questions, the others knew that the final outcome of this stealth game had already been decided. Either it was a complete success or a complete failure. No matter how carefully he evaluated the strength of the young blue dragon, Jarlaxle believed that the latter's probability was infinitely close to zero, so he had nothing to worry about at this time. Marsh Fezzik had no opinion about the current adventure at all. This orc had originally hoped to make a big move. If he succeeded, not only would he be promoted in the honor system set up by the Chamber of Commerce, but he might also obtain the inheritance of the Fezzik family. Garindo Millennium, the digger, was a believer of Moradin and Demarson. He was a warrior born to guard and fight, and death did not scare him. Compared to investigating, directly thwarting the conspiracy of the drows and demons was actually more in line with his taste. As for Calder, He was mainly driven by curiosity. At this moment, the great trap master's mind was filled with the possibility of discovering some novel traps in this spirit-binding tower. Fear was rarely an emotion that appeared in the minds of halflings. They were a race that was always driven by curiosity. Therefore, at certain times, they would always show a kind of courage that bordered on recklessness. At this moment, the adventurer team's goal was the same. They moved quickly at the bottom of the spirit-binding tower and continued to move deeper into the darkness, which was the core of the entire magic tower. Moreover, it did not seem difficult because there were shadows everywhere and there were no guards, and the clanking sound from the peripheral construction site was enough to cover any noise. No drow family would expect a surprise attack, or no matriarch would be willing to get involved in the construction activities organized by the blasphemous priests when she was busy organizing the army. Therefore, the security of the spirit-binding tower was not at its strongest state. There, Jarlaxle whispered, and sneaked along the wall with a few people to the foyer of the courtyard building. Calder touched the stone door lightly to check for traps, although he felt that any trap set here would be a magic trap, and it might not be discovered until it detonated in front of him, but he still wanted to try. To his surprise, the door suddenly rose upward and disappeared into a crack at the top. The entrance opened, revealing a narrow and dim corridor. He looked back at his teammates and shrugged, indicating that there should be no other traps. At least, there shouldn't be any near the entrance hall. Then he strode in. Like a chef who was good at playing with pufferfish, the great framer would always be the first to try a trap after disarming it. However, they couldn't relax for long. Suddenly, they heard a deep, guttural shout. Perhaps it was questioning them. Suddenly, a humanoid monster appeared in front of them. This huge humanoid creature was covered in muscles. It was 7 feet tall and 5 feet wide like the corridor. He came from the other end of the corridor, almost completely blocking the already dim light. His large stature and bull-like head revealed his identity. "This is not a trap," the halfling explained in a low voice, then ran to the back of the team. He was not good at dealing with traps that were not traps, especially when there was no time to set them up. The other members of the adventurer team did not blame Calder. Dealing with a Tauren was not the job of a great framer. Moreover, without any good equipment, there was nothing much to see about killing such a monster. "He's asking for the password," Jarlaxle said in a low voice. "Do you know?" Keyes asked. The mercenary leader took off his hat awkwardly and scratched his bald head. The spell item's time was up, and he returned to his original appearance from the matriarch of House Metz-Baratana. Even the Dayat mercenary group can't find out everything. "Watch me," the orc druid said, and then took the lead to walk towards the Tauren. "Justin Beb, Justin Beb, Justin Beb, Uru, Das," Marsh Fezzik stammered, jingling the pouch on his belt. "Das." The Tauren took half a step back and raised his head. "What's he saying?" Calder asked Keyes in a low voice. In his opinion, since this gunslinger was an investigator of the scale of perpetual order, he must be very knowledgeable. "I don't know." The young blue dragon admitted honestly because the Tauren language the orc spoke was terrible. It was almost incoherent, but he thought he had just mentioned the word gift. Marsh Fezzik gave the Tauren a gift. When he was close enough to the monster, he took out a straw from his belt. The Tauren looked at the orc druid with some doubt. He originally thought that this little green-skinned man was going to bribe him with something good. He gently put the straw in his mouth and blew, and the steel needle inside suddenly shot out. Because it was close enough, it easily pierced through the Tauren's thick skin and poured all the liquid in the poison sac into the monster's body. Plop, bzz, clang, the Tauren tilted his head, and his body collapsed to the ground. The horns on his head came into close contact with the wall and finally hit a rock and broke into two pieces. The venom taken out from the poison gland of the greenfoot dragon snake was basically a shot to kill creatures that were not immune to the paralysis effect. Next, the adventurer team encountered a few more Tauren guards in the passage one after another. Marsh did the same to all of them. Deceit, approach, blow the needle, until the guard became a drow. Marsh's job was taken over by Jarlaxle. "Good day, my friend." The mercenary leader took off his hat and greeted the acquaintance he met. He knew the drow in front of him. The other party's name was Drowage. He was the father of the matriarch of the Metz Baratana family, whom he had pretended to be. At the same time, he was also the family's martial arts master. However, this Drowage was not the kind of drow that Jarlaxle liked. In fact, Jarlaxle even had some doubts about whether this guy was a real drow. He was 6 feet tall when he stood up, and his strong muscles added up to nearly 200 pounds. He was the most valiant dark elf in the Wandering clan, and also the largest of his kind that Jarlaxle had seen so far with a slender body. The difference between this violent martial arts master and other drow was definitely not only in body size. Jarlaxle's behavior was generally recognized as strange, but Drowage was terrifying, ugly from the drow's aesthetic point of view. He cut his white hair short and used a thick gel extracted from boiling the flesh of the loath beast to bind it. A silver ring went through Drowage's angular nose, and a gold pin protruded from each side of his cheeks. Chapter 9, 67. "You've crossed the line, Jarlaxle." Shulweichi's voice was as fierce as his appearance. His weapon was a trident, not a scimitar or a longsword like any other drow. He wore a well-fitting black, heavy armor, and a net, which was said to be a magical artifact, was hanging from his belt within easy reach of it. "Perhaps. But before you judge me," the mercenary leader said nonchalantly. He held a weapon in each of his hands, and a small part of his body was urging him to rush up and fight. However, Jarlaxle was still Jarlaxle. His self-control was far superior to the other dark elves. "Gondo, my old friend, must you use a spell to see through the long-range scrying mirror?" As he spoke, a green sphere hidden behind Shulweichi floated up, and a silver-white string hung from it. Then a male drow appeared in the passage, holding the string as if he was sliding down a rope. "Long time no see, Jarlaxle." Even though Gundor chose to reveal himself, he still tried his best to hide behind Shulweichi's human shield. He knew that his old friend on the other side of the passage was very skilled. Keys, who was standing behind, watched the scene with interest. Jarlaxle had said that Gondo was a member of the Daerut Independent Mercenary Group under his command. But looking at the current situation, the loyalty of the drow race was indeed worrying. The demonic soul pot spell. Gondo did not hide anything and directly revealed the reason why he was here. "I heard everything that stupid sister of mine told you with the help of that spell. I didn't miss a single word. So this is your choice." Jarlaxle asked in return, but it was a declarative statement. "I don't want to be your enemy, and I have no intention of getting involved with those blasphemous priests, those bastards who don't know the secrets of magic and only rely on their cunning and thievery to gain the ability to cast spells. However, I need their support for my research. They can give me many things that you can't. That is what every betrayer always says, in order to give himself good reason for doing so." Jarlaxle had encountered this many times before, so he wasn't surprised. "Maybe, maybe not. But you did appear in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you wanted to make an enemy out of the wrong people," the mercenary leader said as he brandished his sword. His intention was self-evident. "Kill him," said Gundor to Drudge. The swift and fierce drow martial arts master let out a strange roar. He swung the trident in his hand and charged at Jarlaxle like a bull. In order to appreciate the fight, Keyes couldn't help but take a few steps towards the wall of the tunnel to prevent his vision from being obstructed. "Aren't we going to help him?" the subterranean dwarf asked. He could tell that Zhuo Weiqi was not an easy opponent to deal with. "Let's wait and see, there's no rush." Keyes patted the wailing short musket at his waist, indicating that he could draw it and attack at any time. Then he looked at Zhuo Weiqi again. There seemed to be something wrong with this drow. He was wearing heavy armor, but he didn't wear a helmet. His face was also smeared with red and yellow paint like barbarian warriors. Although the meaning of these stripes couldn't be seen at first glance, they were clearly visible in both dark vision and normal vision. This in itself was very meaningful. Keyes suspected that it was an extension of some kind of magic circle. "Magic is crazy, but so is my strength," the strange martial arts master roared. He raised his arm that was full of iron-like muscles. When he bent his elbow, his biceps immediately tightened, and the rock-hard muscles on his arm even stretched the gauntlet by a circle. "A Kasagoran." Zhuo Weiqi continued to shout. This meant supreme warrior in the language of the Dark Elves. Keyes, who could understand the language of the drow, and Jarlaxle, who was facing this rough man, could both hear the excessive pride in these words. "Who gave you the courage?" Jarlaxle held the crimson rapier and lifesaver in his hands. He pounced on his opponent like a hawk, looking as brave as the fierce drow. However, anyone who was familiar with the fighting style of this cunning mercenary leader knew that this guy's fighting style was the same as his talking style. At least half of his moves were feints. Zhuo Weiqi didn't block because he was wearing heavy armor and holding a long weapon. Instead, he stabbed the trident in his hand at Jarlaxle's head. The small branch of his weapon hit the swift sword and the halfling sword's edge. The friction made a long screech, and dazzling sparks flew. However, the powerful Zhuo Weiqi still stabbed forward with his trident. "I've long hated that bald head of yours." Zhuo Weiqi roared without restraint. His originally deep red eyes were now even redder because of the blood rush. However, when the trident hit its target, Jarlaxle's head burst like a bubble. This was just an illusion, Zhuo Weiqi immediately realized. However, his weapon had clearly hit his opponent's weapon. He quickly understood what was going on. Below him, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Jarlaxle reached out and grabbed the hilts of his two weapons. He stabbed them into Zhuo Weiqi's groin through the gaps in his armor. "Same to you. Besides, I have a problem with your entire body." The mercenary leader quickly retreated after the successful attack. At the same time, he didn't forget to mock his opponent. This was also Jarlaxle's fighting style. Feints and trash talk were all to make Zhuo Weiqi lose his composure and expose more of his weaknesses. Moreover, with the two stabs just now, the crimson rapier could make the opponent bleed continuously, while the lifesaver could steal a small portion of the opponent's life force to heal himself and replenish his stamina. Now, the scales of victory seemed to be heavily tilted towards Jarlaxle's side. However, the premise was that there were no accidents. The mercenary leader, who had sharp eyes, looked at his opponent's groin and frowned. Unlike what he had imagined, there wasn't a pillar of blood that flowed endlessly. Keyes, who was watching the battle, also noticed this. He suddenly had a guess. In order to confirm his guess, the young blue dragon, who had transformed into a human, rushed forward at lightning speed. He pulled away Jarlaxle, who was obstructing him in the middle of the passage with one hand, and quickly took out the wailing short musket with the other and pulled the trigger. Yes, he didn't care about martial ethics at all. Keyes only cared about the practicality. Bang bang, the two consecutive one-shot bullets directly blew two big holes in the heavy armor in front of the dark elf's chest. Looking at the injured body, Keyes immediately understood. The armor you created is a little unusual. Keyes tilted his head and looked past Chuichi, who was still standing to the side. He looked at the spellcaster Gondo, who had a surprised expression on his face. In order to maximize the power of the Mad Knight armor and blazing sun crystal, you even used some steel demons from the 9 prisons of Bader as the glue for these two items. Am I right? Chapter 968. There were too many thieves in the world who believed that the law of happiness was to happen upon an unguarded treasure. There were countless mages who searched for true power all year round. They found a magic scroll or a magic treasure, but it was far beyond their ability to understand. But they still tried regardless of the consequences, and as a result, they were destroyed by powerful magic. There were many priests in the world, as well as many devout sects, who only required obedient service for themselves and their followers. These people were destined to never find true happiness, tripping over an unguarded treasure. An important factor was missing. When a small mage put his hand on the wand of a chief mage, an element was missing. Obedient, unquestioning, and unambitious service was also missing a very important factor. That was the sense of accomplishment. For any rational person, this was the most important factor that constituted happiness. It was this factor that built confidence and allowed people to challenge bigger tasks. It was it that helped people find a sense of self-worth, made anyone believe in the value of life itself, and gave them the willpower to support us to face the unanswerable questions in life. In the Drow society, especially for male Drow, the sense of accomplishment was not difficult to obtain. Under the hierarchy built by the Dark Elves based on gender differences, their success was too likely to be rudely robbed by the opposite sex. The ability to defend their sense of accomplishment and the opportunity to find an anchor point in life was very rare for male Drow. The Dert Independent Mercenary Group was born because they found this pain point or need. It was composed entirely of male Drow. The Drow who first formed the mercenary group were wandering Drow outside of their families. Under the leadership of Jarlaxle, they condensed into a force and became a symbol of another force in the Drow society besides their families. The Dert Independent Mercenary Group was only active in the world of Toril at first, and then gradually spread across the multiverse. It had its own branches in the Underdark of many worlds, recruiting a variety of male Drow who were capable and willing to seize a sense of accomplishment, and it itself, so far, was the greatest achievement of Jarlaxle's life. As for the wandering Drow clan in the Ashen World, it was the second voyage of the mercenary leader's life this century. The reason why his compatriots who had betrayed Lotha's glory were able to escape to the Ashen World was not only because of the blasphemous priest's leadership and the care of the Spider Queen's noble lady Lavius, but also because of the efforts of the Deit Independent Mercenary Group. Jarlaxle was the one who made the great escape happen naturally. Therefore, after learning of the plans of the blasphemous priests, he had completely sided with the young blue dragon, who possessed the scale of perpetual order. Lotha's worship and the sacrificial hierarchy built by the female drows could not deprive him of his sense of achievement, and neither could the demons of the 9 prisons of Bader. Therefore, he was determined to destroy the entire spirit-binding tower, no matter what stood in his way. And when he saw with his own eyes Gondo, who had betrayed him, and this seemingly capable male drow spellcaster used magic to create a guard, he felt angry. An unknown anger rose in the heart of the mercenary leader. You made the wrong choice. Jarlaxle's hands waved quickly. thanks to the two mithril magic wrist guards on his wrists. His movements were always faster than others. You made a mistake in judgment, and you have to be responsible for it. 5 flying daggers, which were called garroting blades, shot out from his hands at once. It was not magic, but Jarlaxle's unique throwing technique. They bypassed Gundor, who was a martial arts master of the Metzbaratana family, whose body had been blasted to pieces by the wailing pike, and attacked the drow sorcerer. Ustin, Sargwil, Gondo mocked disdainfully. This sentence meant arrogant fool in the language of the Dark Elves. The drow warlock was mocking his former leader, and his confidence came from the magically modified dark elven warrior in front of him. Although there was a big hole in his chest, Shwuwechi could still move normally. The moment Jarlaxle raised his hand, the dark elven warlock pulled out a net from his waist and threw it behind him. This net, which was weaved from the spider silk and enchanted with magic, opened to its largest extent in an instant. It firmly blocked the passage, and the flying daggers thrown by Jarlaxle could not pass through the gap above. Instead, they hit the net's magic, and after a flash of light, they were quickly bounced back. At the same time, Shwuwechi let out another roar. The armor on his chest, which had caved in from the explosion, began to bulge on its own, and the bullet embedded in it was forced out. Flesh and steel were now indistinguishable from each other. Between the gaps of the armor, hot steam was spurting out. During the modification, Shwuwechi was subjected to a punishment comparable to death by 1,000 cuts. Of course, there was magic to prolong his life and suppress the pain that was enough to drive him insane. His original muscles were all removed by Gundor and replaced with a few sets of flesh and muscle taken from the fanatic armor to enhance his strength and agility. The original Mad Armor was only an exoskeleton system. No matter how it was designed, there was a limit to the amount of flesh it could accommodate. The crazy drow warlock used his own cruelty and imagination to solve this problem in his own way. In the end, he created a martial arts master who, at full power, had the strength of a giant even without the support of other spells. At the same time, he also had the agility of a dark elf. He was a powerful flesh and blood war machine. Not only that, but because Gondo had also successfully removed the armor of the Batsadevil. In a sense, the armor of the Batsadevil was its body, and fused it with Shwuwechi. Shwuwechi now had the self-regenerating ability of an underworld demon. Thanks to the flesh and blood, his regenerative ability was several times stronger than the original Batsu. The flesh and blood, the armor of the Batsadevil, and the will of the drow, the three formed a positive optimized whole. How does he supply energy? Those flesh and blood need to absorb special nutrient fluids to recharge. He has never carried a nutrient fluid tank with him in his entire life. Keyes fell into deep thought as he watched Shwuwechi fight Jarlaxle. Chapter 969. The bearded martial arts master grinned, revealing his white, sharp teeth. The corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. He felt the power from the eternal poisonous fireball, the power that the drow feared. Not long ago, Gundor chanted an incantation, and something shocking happened to the adventurer team. A closed door at the top of the tunnel suddenly opened, and the light of the eternal sun shone down from the top of the tunnel. Bathed in the sunlight, Shwuwechi narrowed his eyes, and the black armor on his body flickered with specks of light. "I see." Keyes instantly understood his doubts. He figured out how Gundor provided energy to his flesh, no longer relying on nutrient fluids, but on the blazing crystal to absorb sunlight. But this is underground. The sunlight can't bend and illuminate the entire cavern. How did he come out of that light to fight Jarlaxle? Gundor's next move once again explained the doubts of the blue dragon in human form. The drow sorcerer summoned a mirror made of crystals. The surface of the mirror was covered with jagged protrusions. He placed it directly under the sunlight shining down from the top of the passage, and the sunlight was immediately distorted by 90 degrees and shone parallel to the passage where the adventurers were. Sand crumbles. Before the subterranean digger could adjust his vision, Gorindo Millennium was dazed by the sudden deflection of the sunlight, and the dwarf let out an angry roar. Calder the halfling and Mashu the orc were also affected. Although they also had a certain degree of dark vision, it was not as strong as the subterranean digger, and so the situation was not as bad. Keys, on the other hand, was unaffected during the battle with the Grand Vader. He had already swallowed a large amount of blazing crystals that the Grand Vader had accumulated over a long period of time. Relying on his miraculous active adaptation ability, the blue dragon had not only digested the blazing crystals, but also gained the special ability to absorb the energy of the eternal blaze for his own use. As for Jarlaxle, the mercenary leader was more miserable. His infrared vision was comparable to that of the subterranean digger, and the moment the sunlight shone on him, one of his eyeballs was as uncomfortable as being scalded by a red-hot steel rod. Why only one? That was because he was wearing a burning fear eye patch on his other eye. It was a multi-enchanted item that could, to a certain extent, prevent spiritual prying, reduce fire damage, and protect one eye from being stimulated by strong light. Every day, he would randomly put it on his left or right eye, which caused many dark elves to guess which eye he was blind in. Although he still had the strength to fight, Jarlaxle still decisively retreated. This cunning fellow would never fight an enemy without 100% certainty. Moreover, he wasn't fighting alone. There was more than one person in the team who could fight. What a slippery fellow, Keys muttered. Then, with a click, he loaded the wailing short musket. Facing the rapidly approaching Zhuoweiqi, the young blue dragon directly rushed towards him. When he passed by Jarlaxle, he grabbed him by the shoulder. Jarlaxle couldn't dodge the grab, even with the cloak of illusion on him. Then, he threw Jarlaxle behind him at an even faster speed. "Leave this to me," Keys declared solemnly without looking at the dark elf, who landed like a wild goose falling from the sand. Seeing the other person who appeared in front of Zhuoweiqi, Gondo sneered and whispered, "Stupid human." In his opinion, it wouldn't be long before the Prism Warrior, who dared to be fierce because of the power of his weapon, would be torn apart by the Prism Warrior that he had created. After all, Zhuoweiqi, who bathed in the sunlight, had a self-recovery ability and physical strength that even surpassed that of ordinary legendary warriors. If Keys knew the Dark Elf's thoughts, he would most likely agree with the first half of his inference. Keys did not want to expose his identity at the moment, so he had to use some powerful weapons. As for being torn to shreds, putting aside the fact that it was impossible, in order to do that, Zhuoweiqi, the Prism Warrior that Gondo created, had to at least ensure that he could come back to life after being smashed flat. Bang, bang. Keys aimed at Zhuoweiqi's trident with the wailing short-barreled gun and fired twice, hitting the trajectory of Zhuoweiqi's attack directly into the tunnel wall. This evil weapon, with the help of its master's great strength, cut deep into the stone wall of the tunnel. Before Zhuoweiqi could pull it out, Keys held a slightly small warhammer in his left hand and smashed it at the armor of the Prism Warrior. Breaking the armor with a warhammer was the right move, but Zhuoweiqi grinned viciously. He knew how tough his armor was, not to mention whether an ordinary hammer could break it. Even if it did, it would be able to recover quickly. However, the warhammer in Keys's hand was no ordinary warhammer. It was called Hammer. Bang, crunch, thump, thump, thump. After hitting the target, the legendary warhammer embedded with a mice energy core immediately changed shape and returned to its original dragon head warhammer. The teeth of the megalosaurus pierced deeply into the prism armor. Then, without needing keys to swing it, the warhammer was like the fuel or steam warhammers developed by the scale of perpetual order. The head of the warhammer suddenly turned into a pile driver. With the first hit, Zhuoweiqi was knocked to the ground. After that, he was unable to get up again. With the energy provided by the mice energy core to squander, the dragon head warhammer used an extremely brutal frequency to continuously grind the prism warrior to the ground. No, it should be said to be smashed. In the beginning, because there was still some sunlight shining on Zhuoweiqi, and the armor on his body could still recover. However, as the dragon head warhammer hammered down, the prism warrior was first smashed into the floor and then buried in the ground. There was no light at all. Blood, steel shards, broken flesh. Like the dregs splashed out of a grinder, they all gushed out of the pit, where Zhuoweiqi disappeared. Fortunately, Keys dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been splashed all over. The draconic warhammer's power was so great that it shook the entire Soul Shackling Tower and Zal Air City. That was natural. One should know that the mice energy core could easily lift a floating city even if it wasn't at full power. What happened? In his private room, the leader of the blasphemy priests, Slatak, who was having a discussion with Lavis, suddenly looked at his ally. He thought that the earthquake was a conspiracy of the Spider Queen. Chapter 970. Slatak sat facing the wall of the room, staring at a meditation basin carved out of agate stone. He squinted at the dark meditation potion and used it for divination. In addition, the blasphemy shaman had also prepared an accurate sand table of the underground city, which was placed next to the meditation basin. He cast a spell on a small feather. Slatak chanted and threw the feather into the meditation basin. It fell on the surface of the water and rippled. Then, like a bird that had just finished drinking, the feather quickly swept up and flew straight to the sand table on the left. The feather floated in the air and skimmed over the sand table. The feather, the magic pointer, slowly fell to a certain position on the sand table. Its tip pointed to a building in the underground city. Starrick opened his eyes wide. How could this be? The blasphemy shaman could not believe it. Trouble had already infiltrated the spirit-binding tower that worried him the most. What were the guards doing? Where were the drow patrols at the door? Where were the Tauren, Earth Goblin, and Bugbear slave army? Are you done? The furious Spider Queen, who herself wasn't sure if she was truly angry at the indecisiveness of the castrated Earth Goblin in front of her, or if she was just acting instinctively after centuries, stood in front of the blasphemy shaman, who was in deep thought. A shining whip flew out of her sleeve and smashed the feather floating on the sand table into pieces. Starrick raised his head, and the flame of the candle above his head rose 2 to 3 feet, fully expressing the mood of the blasphemy shaman. Even the worst practical action is 100 times better than sitting and thinking, because they had done enough. And if they did more, they might be attacked. So Lavis did not continue to provoke his anger. She added a common saying of the drow elves. Starrick opened his eyelids, revealing his strange yellow eyes. As you wish, noble lady. In the passageway leading to the core control room of the spirit-binding tower, the adventurer team had just stabilized themselves. They all looked at Keys in awe. Although it looked like the young blue dragon was using a powerful weapon, how could his strength be mediocre if he had such a powerful weapon? Marsh Fazak swallowed nervously. After all, this orc druid had grown up in the scale of perpetual order, so he recognized the dragon head warhammer. However, Since that lord was unwilling to reveal his true identity, Marsh would not seek death by revealing this secret. Compared to the shock of the adventurer team, the drow Gondo, who was standing opposite of them, was overwhelmed with shock. When the trembling stopped, he immediately took out some rusty red iron shavings from a pocket of his robe and threw them at his feet. Iron wall! Gondo quickly chanted an incantation. Immediately after, a steel wall appeared in front of him. Although its edges were not perfectly aligned with the passageway, it was enough to prevent the enemy from passing through. This was his strategy. Gondo did not immediately summon a portal to escape because he was worried that he would be ambushed if he ran a short distance in front of the door. However, the drow seemed to have forgotten how the prism warrior was smashed into the ground. Keyes waved his hand, and the hammer that had sunk into the ground flew back to his hand. In the next second, the dragon head warhammer flew forward rapidly. Bang! The dragon head warhammer smashed into the steel wall. Although Gondo's barrier was very thick and wasn't broken in one hit, the huge force still pushed it down. No! The drow cried out in despair. The wall, which weighed several tons, destroyed the teleportation door. Gondo, who was chanting a spell, did not manage to escape in time. He was smashed into the ground by the steel wall he summoned, and blood gushed out from all around him. Let's continue. Keyes did not waste any effort to move the steel wall to pick up the loot that the drow might have. He heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside the passageway, and he immediately gave his opinion. As if it was natural, no one in the adventurer party objected. They continued to move forward at high speed. The few of them stepped on the collapsed steel wall and hurriedly passed by. Only the halfling Calder stopped for a moment and stuffed 2 or 3 of his own magic hourglass traps into a corner. A group of goblins and orcs quickly rushed in from outside the passageway. These humanoid creatures were the slaves of the drow, who ordered them to scout the way. After all, compared to the drow, their lives were not worth mentioning. Originally, in the evaluation system of the Dark Elves, the Earth Goblins should be the same as these humanoid slaves. However, because the current rulers of the Wandering Drow clan were blasphemous priests of the Earth Goblin race, the Earth Goblins were removed from the slave handbook. The 3 bugbears were in charge of commanding the 100 or so goblins and orcs. The bugbears were almost the largest goblin-like creatures. They were usually taller than normal humans, Earth Goblins, by a head. Their majestic bodies were like black bears that walked upright. The 3 bugbears were all covered in black fur. One of them was wielding a spiked mace, while the other was holding a round shield covered with leather. The small milky eyes on their faces were gleaming with excitement as they anticipated the bloody battle that was about to happen. Goblins, Earth Goblins, and bugbears. Although the appearance of these 3 goblins was very different, they did indeed represent an evil faction. The evil of the Earth Goblins was orderly and well-planned. They liked to form legions, war gangs, and even an entire country. The evil of the goblins was primitive and ignorant. They just liked to find ways to satisfy their evil hobby, regardless of the race of the victim or themselves. The evil of the bugbears was the purest. All their actions were to create as much pain as possible and to try to kill. The more destructive, the better. The Earth Goblins killed for orders, the goblins killed for fun, and the bugbears killed to cause as much pain as possible to the victims and bystanders. Not only did they want to kill, but they also wanted to satisfy themselves and make others tremble. Kill, kill, kill. The leading bugbear sniffed. There was a large piece of broken floor in the passageway, and there was a collapsed iron wall not far ahead. Both places emitted a somewhat fascinating smell of blood. The monster could not help but lick his lips with his tongue. He raised his spiked mace and roared loudly. Right ahead, he urged his companions as well as those around him. These guys swarmed forward, not noticing that some small hourglasses nearby had completely run out of sand. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.